Boom. There we go. All right, we're now live on YouTube, so yay. All right, hi, happy Monday, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you all so very much for being here, because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you are here with me, and I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. With that being said, let's make sure that we are doing all of the good things. Let's make sure that we are tapping the screen, sharing the live. All right, also reposting, knocking out the gift goals, and commenting, Here we go. All right, let's just make sure we're doing all of the good things. I can't say that enough. With that being said, if you're over on the tube, hi tubers. All right, make sure you too are participating and doing all the good things. If you're new here, definitely let's make sure that you are subscribing. Thank you for the amped up. All right, subscribing, liking the stream, and commenting. Keep it going. All right, and if you're a Trump supporter, by all means, I am going to try to be nice today. That's what I'm going to try to do. As you can see with our goals today here over on TikTok, all right, we're engaging today, guys. We are engaging, okay? So I'm trying to be nice. I really am. I'm going to try to be nice, all right? So that means if you are a Trump supporter, if you're over here on TikTok, you can turn the pink and blue person at the bottom of your screen gray. Or if you are over on the tube, you can dial the number on your screen, which is 720-295-4868. That's 720-295-4868. All right, Trump supporters, you are the demographic of people I like to have a conversation with. So request up, get in the box, and let's do all of the good things, y'all. All of the good things. All right. And if y'all would like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everythingwitherica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right. Thank you all again so much for being here, because we're going to have fun like we always do. And you're going to see me engage. Let's see what happens. It just turned 5 o'clock on the East Coast. All right. So all of the crazy people, all of the YouTubers should be calling in soon, So there's that. There's that. Right? No? Okay. All right. Well, enjoy the song, y'all. Enjoy the song. That's about to go off.
This ain't just a moment.
It got real loud.
It's a movement. Erica effect.
Okay. That was fun. All right. Trump supporters, request up. Again, you are the demographic of people I like to have a conversation with. With that being said, let's get into the news. All right. So the Met Gala, I think, is like today or tomorrow or something. All right. So it's coming up. All right. And Beyonce is actually on the board this year. Y'all know I love Beyonce, but also is today. Okay. It is tonight. All right. I ain't gonna hold you. I might want to look at the fashions. I ain't gonna kid you, but people are kind of like upset. Not kind of, they are upset because of the fact that Jeff Bezos is also sitting as a chair on the board. All right. And Jeff Bezos, all right, is, the evil billionaire guy. All right. And with him being the evil billionaire guy, people are not too fond of the fact that his Amazon Web Services actually utilized by ICE to conduct biometric scans, geolocation services, and other tools. And, I see case management services also. So people aren't happy about that, which makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, I get it. It's pretty much like what they call the invisible backbone of it. And you're right. Zendaya is protesting. So is Meredith. Not Meredith. Who the hell is that? What's her name? Taraji Henson. And I read a few other names that are actually protesting. So they're not going to it. And yeah, my whole thing, and I was reading about this, is that if someone shows up with like an ice out pin on their outfit or whatever, because it's like costume of art or something is the theme, then I would say that's performative as fuck. That is going to be performative. And the reason why is because you could have chose to sit out. You didn't have to go. That would be your protest rather than you wearing a pin that says ice out. which again is performative as fuck, is what it is. So with that being said, that is something that has a lot of people talking, which is quite understandable. Also, SCOTUS today did something that I didn't think they were going to do. I haven't read much into it, so I do want to know why they did it. But they reinstated the mail delivery of the abortion pill. It starts with the M. I'm not going to try to pronounce it because no. I tried it. Gosh darn nabbit. I tried. Misopressophones. I can't do it. All right. Just call me Trump when he tried to pronounce. I can't even do that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. I have too much fun with myself. I don't care what anyone says. As long as I laugh, that's all that matters. Gosh darn nabbit. Yeah, I had a 5th grade teacher that used to say that all the time, and that's where I got it from. When I was in 5th grade, my teacher would say that all the time. Gosh darn nabbit. When he wanted to call us motherfuckers, he would say that. All right. We have people in the request. Let's see what we have here, then go from there. If you are a Trump supporter, as you can tell, I'm extremely excited today. So by all means, request up, get in a box, and let's have a conversation. And I am going to look up to see why the Supreme Court ruled the way that they did today in regards to the abortion pill. Hi, I'm so sorry. I can't, your name, oh, there it is, Mako. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, yeah.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
All right, and why are you still supporting Trump?
Yeah, I still support Trump on the basis of maintaining consistent, coherent, definitive understandings of the categories man and woman within legislation. I think that that's imperative to maintain safeguards surrounding segregated spaces.
Oh, my. But you just conflated sex and gender because you said man and woman, and then you said sex-based legislation. That's different.
Right, because that's what the gender recognition certificates do, is they allow trans-identifying people to adopt the sex recognition marker on their legal identification of the opposite sex.
Recognition certificates?
Like the recognition of male and female on your legal identification being switched on the basis of a trans identity claim. That's what a gender recognition certificate is.
Oh, so this is something that people have to fill out and then be able to change it on their birth certificates?
It's more than just filling out, but yeah, there's a process to change the sex marker.
Would that process be able to include like speaking with a health professional or even going to court and basically having a judge approve it? Like, what's the process?
Yeah, there's multiple facets. The main thing, it's state by state, but the main thing is some degree of consistency, persistence, and insistence in the identity is required to obtain that recognition certificate.
Okay. But then in regards to that, right, the insistence, persistence, and consistency, right, in order to do that, I think what you all fail to realize is that you all care way too much about the gender of someone and what they identify as. So what's your basis for actually caring about this?
Yeah, my basis is that male people perpetrate the vast majority of sexual and violent crimes against women and children, and so I recognize that where women are in contexts of vulnerability, undress, and fleeing male violence, such as these sex-segregated spaces, it's imperative that we give them the expectation away from their oppressor class, regardless of any unfalsifiable identity claims that those oppressors may make.
Okay. And do you think that hormone therapy, when they're transitioning from man to woman, right? Do you think the hormone therapy that they go through actually change the chemical makeup of their brains? Do you think that happens?
Yeah, it does change it, absolutely.
Does it make
but what
them
I also
more-
acknowledge...
I'm so sorry. One moment.
Go ahead.
Does it
Go ahead.
make them, let's say, does it lower their testosterone levels?
It does lower their
It
testosterone
does,
levels.
and it increases their estrogen, right?
It does increase their estrogen.
Okay, all right. And so with that happening, all right, can we also say that like having a higher level of testosterone, let's say a male, all right, who already has, let's say, a normal level of testosterone, right? If he were to take a supplement, let's say a steroid, right, wouldn't that increase his testosterone levels? And typically, doesn't that lead to acts of aggression the studies have
It would
shown?
be a contributing factor, but
It
it
would
would
be
not lead
contributing?
to it absolutely. It would be a
Okay.
contributing
Okay,
factor.
so if I have those same normal testosterone levels, all right, in a man, let's just say in a man, all right, and that man is transitioning into a woman, right, and they are taking hormones that reduce their testosterone levels, right? Wouldn't that be a contributing factor to making them less susceptible to committing let's say, an act of violence?
It would be a contributing
Okay,
factor,
then,
and
so
I
what's
do
your
acknowledge a
point?
deviation. Well, I'm about to say I do acknowledge a deviation between trans women on HRT and male pattern criminality. But what the empirical evidence shows is that they are still much closer to male pattern criminality, even post-transition, post-HRT, post-surgery. They're closer to male pattern criminality than female pattern criminality, especially in the domains of sexual and violent crime. They retain almost all of that male pattern criminality. I'm more than happy to provide a source for that if you'd like.
Where do you get
Yeah,
this from?
absolutely. Yep. So this is going to be directly from Committees Parliament UK. The article number is 18973.
I don't know how fast you think this works, but like, chill out, bro. Breathe just a little bit. All right. Okay. Committees Parliament, and you said the number is?
The number is 18973.
Great.
And in that document on the second page at the very bottom, you'll read that male people who have a trans identity perpetrate male pattern criminality in the vast majority. There is a deviation acknowledged in this document, but what it's going to do is outline clearly that despite hormone replacement therapy, they are still going to perpetrate male pattern sexual and violent crimes.
At what rate, though? What's the rate
at a male pattern rate? Yeah, at a male pattern rate.
No, because here's the thing, right? Here in the United States of America, because you pulled up a study from
I can give you another.
Europe. Hold on one moment.
I can give you a litany of sources if you'd like.
Okay, great, fantastic. All right, so you did that, but here in the United States of America, because it's just one simple question. We know that trans people do make up about 1% of the U.S. population. All right. So within that 1%, what is the percentage or the rate, however you want to word it, that trans women are committing these violent acts of crime, and specifically like the sexual assault, abuse, harassment, so on and so forth, against others? Do you know that answer?
Yeah. A percent as a whole, it's male pattern, so it's fairly low. It's about 19% as a whole.
Here.
Like as a misdemeanor over their lifetime, it's about 9%, consistent with the male pattern rate.
And is it done after transitioning, or is it done prior to?
That statistic is lifetime, so it would be including both for the trans-identified population in that statistic.
You can't say whether or not it was before they started hormone therapy or after. So wouldn't that be
they're
like
male
a
all
flaw?
the way through. So
they're
male all the way through. Right?
Nah,
they're not male all the way through. Do trans women become not male?
One moment. The thing is, all right, is that you're not understanding. You already admitted earlier, right? You already admitted earlier that in taking hormone therapy for a trans woman decreases their levels of testosterone. All right. And in doing so, that can be a contributing factor, all right, in lowering their type of the aggression. You admitted that earlier, just a few moments ago.
I acknowledge the deviation. I still do.
Hold on one moment. Please stop doing that. Okay. So if that is the case here, then you can't provide a stat that goes over the lifetime, all right? Because the lifetime is not taken into account whether or not this has occurred prior to or after they started hormone replacement therapy.
The statistic I referenced to you directly is only including post-op. So that study would be specifically talking about post-transition women. You asked for the percentage in general, so then I gave you that number as consistent with the male pattern rate, which is going to be inclusive of both. I'll admit that. But the statistic that I referenced from the study that you pulled up is going to be inclusive of only trans women who are post-transition, post-HRT.
So you said on page 2 in this study from the committee.
Bottom of page 2 in the bolded text, yeah.
bottom of page 2 in the bolded text. I'm on page 2 of 6, and there's quite a few different, there, like the headings are bolded, but I don't see any bolded actual like paragraph. I could bring it on the screen.
Yeah, if you could bring it on the screen, that'd be perfect.
One moment. There we go. Jeez Louise.
Is it glitching?
There we go. Apply and show reset.
Great. So if you could just scroll up a tiny bit, I believe I see the line I'm looking for there. You're good.
There we go. Enter. Okay, so you mean at the top of the screen, right here?
No, that's not the one I'm looking for. So there it is. It's at the bottom of that page. Yeah, there it is. My apologies. I said second. So yeah, the key line outlining the findings of the study there: male to females post-transition retained a male pattern rate regarding criminality. The same is true regarding violent crime. Violent crime would be including their sexual crimes of violence as well.
So this is a study between 1973 and 2003 where they studied 324 people in total, right?
It's imperative that I reference statistics pre-gender recognition certificate because trans women were recorded as females in the subsequent studies.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it has to be pre-2013 pre-gender recognition certificates.
I want you to get on deck for me something within the last 10 years. I won't even give you 5, just last 10 years for me.
Yeah, I just explained that.
I had to look and see where this comes from and like who actually conducted the study. It sees written evidence submitted by
the Federal Bureau of Prison Statistics, but I'll just highlight a study within the past 10 years would include trans women in the category of female, and so that's why I don't recognize statistics post-gender recognition certificates being recognized within those crime statistics.
There we go. So let's see who these people are. I want to make sure that we aren't dealing with any type of biased study or anything of that nature.
Well, did you just hear what I said about the last 10-year study real quick?
I can't take your word for that, sir. Come on, chill out.
Well, did you hear what I said?
Want me to say trust you, bro? Yeah, you said
that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking if you heard what I said.
Certificates is what you mentioned and said you can't take statistics.
Well, I substantiated why the statistics would be problematic within the last 10 years, even though you asked for a study specifically in that range, right?
Okay, good. These are good people. Parliamentary committee regarding gender, focusing on data concerning trans women, offending race and potential impacts. Okay, let's see here. If you bring new information to me, all right, you shouldn't just take for granted that I'm going to be like, ooh, okay, and then argue, all right, from a place of ignorance on it. I'm going to look to see
what I expected you to do.
Excuse me one moment. I'm going to
You've interrupted me several times. I'm more than happy to reciprocate that etiquette.
Go look and see where the information actually comes from.
Well, you've already asked me for a new source. So, yes. You've already asked me for a new source. I'm responding to that by saying that any source in the last 10 years recognizes trans women as female people. So those sources would be problematic because of the gender recognition certificate. So that's why it's imperative that we reference stuff pre-2013.
Let's see here. Okay, so once again, what they're doing though is because their whole argument is based in sex-based rights, and it seems like they're just negating the fact of, and they're conflating it just like people who tend to think the way that you do, they're conflating, all right, gender and sex is what you're doing.
As the gender recognition certificate does, which I referenced as problematic. Absolutely, yeah, I completely agree. The conflation of sex and gender is problematic to a degree that I can't reference something in the last 10 years as it would conflate trans women as female. I agree with you 100%.
How would it conflate trans women with female? Like, are bathrooms labeled?
Because gender recognition certificates.
One moment, sir. I wasn't finished. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I've already explained this. Yeah, go ahead.
So, are bathrooms like labeled female and male, Or are they labeled women and men or ladies and men? Like
Women
how is
and men
it?
typically.
Okay, great. All right, cool. All right, so that would be gender. All right, and so when we talk about sports, do we say male sports or do we say men's sports or do we say women's sports or girls' sports or boys' sports? Because I know when I sign my kid up
Boys'
or
points? What?
boys'
I don't
sports.
think we say boys' points, but we say men and
My
men and women's
apologies.
sports.
I mispronounced the word. So, oh my gosh. Put it on
Well,
your
you're
top of
monologuing on
board.
an irrelevant point right now, is
Like,
what we're
bro,
getting at, right? The
I'm
sex
trying to
and
be
gender
nice today, so
conflation that's
let's
being
not
done
do
by the
it.
gender recognition certificates is
The
exactly
gender
what you're highlighting as
conflation isn't
problematic right
being
now.
done by the certificates, though. The
It
certificates
is.
are simply allowing people to identify, all right,
As an opposite
after
sex category. As an opposite sex
not
category.
opposite sex category, after
Male and female,
undergoing
yes it is.
treatment as a gender in which they identify as.
Exactly,
You're
gender, and
not
they're
going to
recognized on the
walk
notation as
into
a
a
sex. That's the
room.
conflation.
You're not going to walk into a room and simply say, like, I'm not just going to walk into a room and say, I'm a man. And then everyone's just going to believe that I'm a man. That it doesn't work that way. I can't walk into a psychiatrist's office, a doctor's office, or anything of that nature and just say, I'm a man. And then boom, like they believe I'm, no, it doesn't work that way. If a male wanted to hurt someone, wanted to hurt women or children or other males, I'm using constructs, my apologies. If they wanted to hurt women, children, or other men, right, then they simply just do it. Trans
Yeah,
people
neither of those
aren't the
points address the
issues.
conflation of sex and gender, by the way.
Actually,
Neither of those
actually
points
it
address
does,
the conflation of
because the
sex and
thing
gender. No, it did not.
is that
It directly
you
didn't,
are the
but go
one
ahead.
that you're conflating it, because
In the
you're
context of a gender
confusing
recognition
sex-based
certificate, yes, I'm
rights
highlighting the
with
conflation.
gender
Correct.
per usual, and you all can't seem to get over that part. That's what you're
So with a
confusing?
gender recognition certificate, you've already said directly that it's going to be based on a gender claim. So I'll just ask you then as a follow-up, what is the notation that you receive with a gender recognition certificate? Is it male or female, or is it man and woman? I'll ask you the same condescending question. Go ahead.
You mean like how they'll have it changed on their birth certificate?
Is the notation male or female or man and woman? Go ahead.
On what?
On the legal identification marker, birth certificate, ID, health, whatever you want.
What does my ID say?
You don't know? Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'd look
I don't
that
pay
up.
attention to these things, actually. No, I don't.
But
I
you're
don't pay
talking
attention
about the
to these things
conflation
'cause
of sex
I
and
really
gender
don't
being
care.
problematic
Oh,
in the
no,
context of a
because guess
gender
what? I
recognition
do
certificate, and you
know-
don't even know what the
know
legal notation is.
exactly-
That's very
I do
interesting.
know exactly, all right,
Is
what
it male or
sex
female
is,
or man and
and
woman?
I
Go ahead.
know what biology is. Like, I know what biology is, and I know what the social construct is.
Great.
All
So
right?
if
And
you
what
know that so
two all
thoroughly,
do
is the
is that
recognition a
you
sex
all-
recognition, or is it a recognition of being a man or a woman?
actually conflate these things, all right? Because
Still not answering the question, by the way.
you, for some reason or another, can't seem to focus on
You're not
bigger
answering the question.
issues other than what someone else is doing with their genitals or what they're doing with their life and period. So what I would actually ask for you is to tell us, why is it that you care?
Great. That was a great non-answer to the question. I'm going to pose it once again so you can give a direct answer. Is the legal
And I'm just gonna
recognition
ask you the
marker
same
from a
question
gender
again.
recognition certificate going to be man or woman, or is it going to be
I
male
don't
or female?
know.
Go
I
ahead.
don't pay attention to those things.
Why don't you look into it?
Why do I have to?
Because you're
I don't
talking
care
about
what
the
trans
conflation
people
in the
do.
context of a gender
I
recognition
don't care
certificate,
what
saying that it's
trans people
problematic, but then
do.
you're unable to
No,
recognize
darling,
that the
that's
conflation
what
is made in the context of that
you
gender
are
recognition
arguing,
certificate.
though. That's what you're arguing. All right. All I'm saying is that people should be able to identify as the gender that they feel they are. That's all I'm saying. But you
And
have
I'm
a
saying that
problem with that.
I agree with that. I'm saying that they shouldn't be legally recognized as a SMEX that they're not on the
Why
basis of
not?
that gender identity claim. Because it's not true, it's falsification, and it undermines protections, provisions, and boundaries surrounding sex-segregated spaces. We've gone over
It
this.
does not, though. It doesn't.
It does. Do you know who Mika Katz is?
But even after this, you
Raped
would
for
have
women
to
in a women's shelter on the
provide-
basis of a trans identity claim? Do you think that that's a problem?
I'm sorry. When
Mika Katz.
I'm talking and you're doing that, I can't hear you.
I'm
I
happy
want you
to
stop.
reciprocate
All
interruption.
right?
I'm happy to reciprocate
with
interruption.
that, I
have no
don't
issue
want
with
to
that.
mute you, but I need you to calm down. Okay? Like, seriously, calm down. If you already
Mika Katz.
agreed that it made them, the hormone replacement therapy, all right, actually does have an impact on the levels of aggression, right? It's a contributing factor. Those were your words, right? You already have that. And you
Yeah,
mentioned
I
that it's
never
a
backed down on that. I never
falsification
contradicted that.
and that it basically is an invasion of women's spaces. But have you talked to, like, what do women say about this?
Well, yeah,
What
I'm
do
in a lot of
women
TERF
say?
spaces, so I read a lot of like Helen Joyce and people who are very critical of males who adopt this
Oh, okay.
paraphilic claim about their identities. And so I
Okay.
hear a lot of women who are like have a rational disposition towards these spaces being impeded on by paraphilic males with disorders of their mind. Yeah.
Okay, so you basically read a lot of rhetoric, literature, all that great stuff from people who do have a bias. You don't read anything from anyone who simply is maybe down the middle or someone who actually does agree.
I went to a liberal arts university. I've heard both sides very thoroughly.
Most
I'm
colleges
telling
are
you,
liberal, bro. Like, chill out.
I said liberal arts
I
specifically.
understand that, but most colleges
I didn't
literally
say
are
liberal.
liberal.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
know
fine.
what
I'm telling you
liberal
that I got
arts
both
mean.
sides of the aisle by virtue of the professors that I had
get
and
both
the
sides
readings
of the
that I was
aisle.
assigned in university. So you're saying that I didn't
So
have both sides of the story?
who
I'm
else
saying that I
did you
have.
read that actually agrees with this then?
Who actually agrees with it? Like
Yeah.
which
No,
authors
you
who
see
agree with it?
how easily you were able to name women, all right, who don't agree with it. You mentioned that they were critical of it, right? All right, name
Yeah, I've read
some
literature from the
name some
Tavistock
women.
Clinic. Yeah, go ahead. I've read literature from the Tavistock Clinic. I've read literature from Kathleen Wynne, who's a Canadian teacher of modern feminism, fourth wave, and yeah, it's. I've read
Let's
plenty from
see.
W Path.
I'm so happy
Their
that you were able
understandings.
to search that. I know
I
why
didn't
I say
teacup. I'm
that.
in a
You
car,
are.
but yeah,
You
go
didn't have
crazy.
to. You don't have
I'm
to
in a car.
teacup to search it, friend. So,
Well,
because
I'm in a
here's the
car,
thing.
so
We can tell
I don't have a
because of the
computer in
simple
front of me.
way in which that you answered the first one versus how you answered this one. Like,
Yeah, it was
who
like
is
3
that
years
you
ago. It's been a while.
agree with, all right, versus who
I
it
do.
is
Yeah, I
that you
absolutely
don't
do
agree
agree with the
with.
TERFs.
So
I do
there's
agree with the
that.
TERFs. I do
Oh,
agree
so
with the TERFs.
you consider yourself to be a turf?
Well, I'm not a radical feminist because I'm a
So
male
I have a
person.
question for you. All right, it may be the
Well,
last question.
I just said I'm not a TERF.
It may be the last question I have for you, right? So,
Yeah,
like
precog ran on that.
for you, quick question. All right, for you, are you a trans person?
Definitely not. No.
Okay, all right. I'm not a trans person either. I'm not. All right, I'm a cisgender female, and you're a cisgender male, right? Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what I want to know is why is it that you want to have this conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. So in university, I lived with a trans woman, a female attracted, trans identified male person who demanded that I affirm his access into female only spaces. I refused to do so, and I was reprimanded by my university for gender discrimination. I had to take a class on, the benefits of inclusivity and recognizing these gender identities. And I thought that was a problem. I thought recognizing my roommate as a sex that he's not, so that he could invade women's spaces, was like I didn't think that was something virtuous to pursue, especially.
That you're projecting onto that person, right?
Well, I also know this person to be a self-proclaimed autogynephile, so I really don't see the issue. It was a sexual
autogynephile. What is that?
It's a male person who's sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a woman.
Call from
One moment.
Tony.
Caller, hold one moment, please. Thank you. Okay. So
it's not a true
Timby?
trans woman. It's a trans woman who's doing it for titillation, right? They have a sexual arousal by the thought of themselves as a woman, and
it was that easy. I'm not doing that shit. It's weird.
Call from
Robert Rickards.
Caller, hold one moment, please. All right. Thank you for holding. All right, caller, are you a Trump supporter?
Neutral.
Who did you vote for in 2024?
Trump.
Okay. All right. And if you had to vote today for Trump or Kamala Harris, who are you voting for? Those are your only two options.
Trump.
Trump? Okay. All right. And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
31.
31? Okay. Why are you still supporting Trump?
Because you asked me if it would be him or Kamala Harris. He would be better than Kamala Harris. But if there was a better option than her on there, I'd vote for somebody else.
No. So when you decided to call into the number, right? Did you see the background? It says, "Why are you still supporting Trump?"
Oh, yes, yeah, I could give you a few reasons.
Oh,
I mean,
okay. All right. And okay, because then it would be like,
you
what
asked me
other reason did you
specifically
call in
Trump
for?
or Kamala Harris
It's
because
Kamala.
no, 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 it would not be Kamala. The reason I called is because I heard something on your live that really
No, I'm
just
saying
made
her name is
totally
pronounced
zero sense.
Kamala.
Oh, okay, yeah, however you want to pronounce it, Kamala,
It's
Kamala, yeah, no
Kamala. If you
problem.
can't say Kamala, then you can just say Miss Harris.
Okay, Miss Harris, yes.
Great.
If you told me, would you rather pick Trump or her? That's why I said Trump. But if I just heard something on your live is the reason I want to call, not because of Trump or
Listen,
Kamala.
I'm not a trans person. And are you a trans person?
No.
Okay. All right. So pick something else to talk about.
You asked the question. I'm just answering what you asked me.
Okay. Why are you still
You know what
supporting
I mean?
Trump?
I support Trump because of all the other things he's choosing to do versus everything you're talking about. You know what I mean? You're specifically pointing out single things, like, hey, for example, if I ask you today, why don't you support Trump? You'll mention gas prices, or he says something stupid on Instagram, or he says something stupid on Twitter. But if you go back and read all the policies or stuff that he's done, is a clear indication of who you should pick. You know what I mean? It's not just one
Give us
thing
an
where you
example.
could tell me. Give you an example?
Sure.
Okay. There's a it's called it was the HEDA policy, so where he made it where other countries would get taxed based on stuff that we were outsourcing from them.
The
Before
HEDA
we were
policy?
we were yes, we were paying
How do
about
you
maybe
spell that?
250 HETA, I believe it was.
The HEDA?
HETA, yes, HETA. It was basically for
HETA?
fossil fuels. Yes, correct. I don't know if you need Google it or whatever you need to do. Well, the reason I called, honestly, it wasn't debate Trump. It was
I
just
don't see
something you
that.
said about I called basically you're telling people that you could choose whatever gender you want. That's that's very dangerous to tell kids or somebody's listening to your live to hear like, hey, if you want to be a woman and whatever, that's just nonsense. Either you're a man or a woman. There's no reason you could pick your own gender.
You think people are just out like random, like willy nilly saying they want to be a different gender? Is that
But
what y'all think?
are you saying there isn't people like that? Maybe you're telling me there's not one person that maybe wanted to do that. Like,
It's
hey, I
possible
woke
that
up
there
today
is
and I feel
one
like a woman.
person, but we want to talk about the
Correct.
collective overall. So
So
you
you
want to
would
talk
be
about the
okay if you had
outlier versus talking about what actually happens. But here's the
so you
thing.
would
There's
be
no
okay.
such thing as the HEDA policy, which is HETA. That's
Maybe I
not a
spelled it wrong.
thing.
Maybe it's HYATA. I can look it up for
Oh,
you.
so you
But
don't know why you support Trump.
I do know why. That's one reason.
Okay. And then you
Why
also know
why
that you
don't
don't
you
respect
support him?
boundaries, right?
Why don't you support him?
You don't respect boundaries.
I respect boundaries. I have a wife. I have kids. Trust me. I go to
Okay.
school. There's
So
school
I'm
stuff,
going to
and
set a firm
I
boundary
respect
with
people's
you.
boundaries.
I'm going to set
Correct.
a firm boundary.
So
All
you'd be
right.
okay
My
if a man
firm
walked into your
boundary,
kid's bathroom.
my first boundary, and it's very firm, right,
Correct.
is this.
Go ahead.
Is that if you bring up trans people, again, I'm just going to end the phone call.
You brought
Okay?
them up. I mean, you brought them up on
I
your
didn't
live.
bring trans people up, sir. That was the person that called that requested up on TikTok that did that. That wasn't me.
Oh, maybe I joined late and I didn't hear that part, but I heard you specifically asked, like, talking about that, and then you asked him a question. That's why I brought it up. You know what I mean? But maybe I didn't hear.
Can you respect
But
that
can I ask
boundary?
you? Yeah, correct. I have nothing against trans people. I have nothing against if you want to. That's what you like to do. That's what you like to do. I don't personally agree with it, but if that's what you want to do, I have no. I'm
Okay,
not
it's a
God to
long way of
judge. I'm
saying yes,
not.
I can respect a boundary. It's simply a yes or no
Correct.
question.
Oh yes, I said that. I said yes the first
Yeah,
time.
but then
I
you
was just
kept
giving you a
talking.
reason why.
It got weird.
Right, to give you a reason why. I can't just say yes and
I
then that's
don't
it, it's done. Then
care.
what's the point of a
If you
debate?
respect a boundary, you respect a boundary. The reason why you
Oh,
respect it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter why I respect something.
The reason why you respect a boundary, no, it doesn't matter. You respect it or you don't. No one needs to know why you respect a boundary or not. Like, sir, please focus.
Can you tell me why you would have supported Kamala, even you didn't see any of her policies or whatever she did? What about
How do you pronounce her name again?
Kamala.
Thank you. Okay.
Kamala Harris.
So what were you saying? You said a reason why I would support Kamala Harris.
Correct.
And you were saying something else.
I don't know if you've seen like when she was the attorney in California. Did you see how many people she locked up for very small weed crimes? And then she went on podcast saying that she would smoke weed. Isn't that kind of like weird to you?
What? How many people did she lock up?
There's actually maybe 20,000 people in
20,000
California
people
that are locked up because of laws that she passed that she went back on now to gain like the younger black folks was to say, hey, I support weed, I love weed, you can smoke, blah blah blah. But what about all these people you guys locked up? And don't you find that kind of like crazy?
Where'd you get that from? I do find that crazy.
All of
that stuff that you just said. No, the thing is, I don't want to look it up because it's something that you said. This is you making an actual claim. So what I would like for you to tell me is, where did you get that from?
It's statistics, facts. Like
it's just facts. So we should just trust you, bro.
No, don't trust me. That's why I said look it up, but you don't want to look it up. So how could I? How can I show you? Like, what do you like? If I can't tell you look it up and you're not gonna look it up, what can I tell you to? If I just tell you, hey, I seen on Google, you'd believe me? Like, do
you think Google's the source?
No, it's not just Google. There's multiple posts from credible whatever you want, news agencies, whatever you want to say. There's people. She had to have passed the laws that put this in place. So it's not like something I made up.
Mm-hmm.
She put these laws in place.
She put the laws in place as an attorney general.
Correct. Yes, she passed certain laws where if you didn't know that, how could you support her? Like,
attorney generals can pass laws.
What do you think? I don't know exact word, but what do you think she did as being that role? She just sat there and looked at people.
Okay, so an attorney general isn't a legislator, bro. All right, that's literally for the state legislator to do, and the governor signs off on it. Okay, the attorney general is simply someone who does prosecutions. That's it. They don't even enforce the law because they're not law enforcement. What they are is they're simply. I'm so sorry. My apologies here. Okay. It wasn't just like you just talked and said a bunch of nonsense for 3 minutes and I just listened to you. All right. Now that I'm correcting you so that you can learn something so you don't make this mistake in the future. All right. Please be quiet while I'm speaking. Thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as I was saying, all right, she was a prosecutor. All right. She didn't even enforce the law. All right. She was simply just a prosecutor. She upheld the law. Okay. That's what she did.
Okay.
By prosecuting cases. She don't make them. She don't make the law. All right. Also, another thing that you need to also understand is that Kamala Harris had, let me see. I want to make sure that we get you the right numbers here. And this is from the Mercury News, which is a local newspaper in California, in Northern California to be exact. All right. And they pulled information from the district attorney's office. And so during her tenure as a DA from 2004 to 2010, her office actually oversaw 1,956 tree convictions, if you will. All right. They were misdemeanors and felonies. All right. But despite that number right there, only 45 individuals were actually sentenced to state prison. And
There
guess
was
what
only 45, and you
happened?
believe
Guess what
there was
happened?
only 45
Also,
people.
guess what happened? I'm not finished.
What happened?
Guess what? Guess what happened?
What happened?
There's no actual information available about their race. So we can't say that she sent all of these black men to prison. We can't say that. We just know
You
that
can't say that?
45 of them went to prison. Wait, are you trying to say that only black men were convicted of these crimes?
No.
What are you saying?
No, I didn't. I was saying that as she was trying to get the black vote to vote for her, she was contradicting on what she did. That's what I said.
She
I
was
didn't say
contradicting
there were
because
only
she
black
did her
men.
job?
She did. You're telling me that was her job, was to prosecute for low violence crimes to be sent to prison. That's what you're telling me.
Misdemeanors and felonies. Less than 1%. Less than 1%, if I'm doing my math right. All right, less than
That's not true at
1%
all.
of the people that were actually convicted, all right, actually served
I'm
any
seeing a
time
higher.
in prison. I don't think you are hearing that part.
I see a higher number here. There's nowhere that it says.
Where did you
45.
see a higher number at?
You want me to give you the specific website?
What's the number that you're seeing, bro? Hey, focus.
Okay,
Good
no
grief.
problem. Here, I'll give you the exact number to the T. 1 second. Here. Here's a breakdown data.
So it wouldn't be less
Boom.
than 1%. It'd be about 2%. 2.3% of those convicted during her 6-year tenure as a DA, all right, they were sentenced to prison time. Does Kamala Harris dish out the sentences?
She's the prosecutor.
She does dish out the sentences?
No, that's the judge's role.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That's the judge's role. But
Good
you
God
could agree that a prosecutor recommends what you should get, and usually the judge follows that, correct?
The judge doesn't have to usually follow it.
They usually do, though.
Okay, all right. You keep making claims and see what happens. All right,
So if a prosecutor
you gotta stop making
recommends
positive
prison,
claims here, buddy.
Do you ever seen a case where the prosecutor recommends prison and then the judge says, "Oh no, hey, you deserve probation"? You've seen that
Can you give me
before?
those numbers that you have? What are the numbers, and then where did you get them from?
Here. This is from the MarshallProject.org. This is the Marshall. What's it called? Here we go. Boom, boom. I'm trying to find the exact numbers because it's saying 50%. Boom, population.
What's
10%.
the title of the article that you're reading?
The title of the article is what these decisions tell us about Kamala Harris's approach to criminal justice.
Kamala?
That's the exact part. Kamala Harris.
Jeez Louise. Go on.
This attorney campaign against capital punishment. It says 4,000 and it just says over 4,000. So I don't know. There's no exact number. But I didn't mean just weed. Like if that's what you're looking up specifically, I was just talking about in general cases, like where there were low
again,
violence.
You're faulting her for doing her job. And does
No,
it list the race of people there?
It tells you a percentage of how many were black and how many weren't. 50% were black.
Where do you see that at?
I'm not speaking. It says it in the article that I just gave you, right in the middle, where it says
diversion programs?
No. Right before incarcerated transgender people. On a number of issues came up during her tenure as Attorney General, said that as a lawyer she was bound to advocate on behalf of her clients in ways that would align with her personal beliefs. So she wasn't doing her job. She was aligning with her personal beliefs.
Well, I'm so sorry. What the hell? We were talking about numbers, bro, and we were talking about the convictions in which she got. What are you talking about?
I told
Where
you.
Do you see the numbers that you were reading?
I just said before that.
Before that? So here are the headings, right? Here are the headings. Okay. We have the opening part of it. All right. And then we have a heading that says death penalty. Is that where you were reading it from?
Do you see where it says innocence cases?
Incarcerated transgender people, diversion
Right
programs.
Innocent cases. Innocence cases. Sorry.
I think you might not be well. Because you said right
No,
above that,
you-
but okay.
you just
innocent
wanna
cases
read
comes
whatever.
after the diversions, the diversion program. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. 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 I'm reading it. I'm looking for the numbers that you gave. Nothing in here talks about the numbers that you gave where you said 4,000. You just sent us on a wild goose chase? Is that what you just did?
No. You just want to.
I'm going to read it. I'll read it out loud. All right. And I'll also bring it on the screen for everyone to see. I don't know what was the purpose of that.
I would just want you to see the innocence cases and all the people.
So that would mean that
were
you're trying. What you're trying to do then is that you're trying
No,
to
I just wanted you to
actually
read
just say how
You
much
weren't
you
gonna
don't
read
like
it
Kamala
unless I
Harris.
told you.
So
You weren't
anywho,
gonna read it.
Kamala Harris
gonna read it
actually,
unless I
as a
told
state senator in California, was a major advocate for actual legalizing marijuana.
That was
She
after.
worked
She already
hard
did
for
all
that.
of these
Additionally,
stuff.
also another thing is that even
Okay.
on her platform as president, Kamala Harris wanted to
Okay.
actually legalize trees for everyone. She wanted to
black
do it
voters.
nationally. She didn't just want to do it on a state
Yes.
level. She wanted to do it nationally. So there's that
To
part.
gain voters.
So
Not
there's
that
that.
because she believed in
It was a
it.
part of her
She did
policy.
it to- I know, but being a part of your policy and what you actually do is a huge difference. I could tell you, hey, I don't want to murder anybody, and I could actually go and kill somebody.
That was
what
an
would that say
absolutely
about
awful analogy. It could be
No,
similar to
I'm
Donald Trump saying that he wouldn't start any new wars, then starting a war with Iran, right? It would be like that, right?
Yeah, but
it would be like
correct.
Donald Trump. It would
but
be
you-
like Donald Trump saying that
So-
he would
so if
release
he
the
told you,
Epstein
"I don't wanna
files
start a
in
new
May
wars,"
of 2025, but then he
Okay.
had to be forced to do it by law
Correct.
in November of 2025, 6 months later.
You
It
just
would
said
be
forced
like
by
that,
law.
right? Answer the question.
I'm gonna
Answer the
your question. So right now,
It would be
I'm
like
gonna
that,
answer your question.
right?
So
Would it be
if
like
he
that?
told you, I don't
Because
wanna-
why you got to say
No,
yeah, but?
You're not letting me speak.
Why you gotta say
just
yeah,
talking
but?
over me. So if he told you, I don't want to start any new wars, right? Iran sent a missile and killed 20 people. And just
Is
because
that
he
what
told you he doesn't
happened?
wanna
I
start
mean, if
any
you
new
have to
wars.
deal in hypotheticals, then guess what happens? Guess what happens?
Hypothetical.
Yeah, you just literally did a hypothetical right there.
They blocked the entire Strait of Hormuz.
I'm so sorry. Did they do that before February 28th of 2026 or after February 28th, 2026?
What was the importance of February 2020? I'm just
You
curious.
don't know what February 28th, 2026 is?
No, I'm asking you. I know, but I'm asking you.
Do you really know? Because if you really
But what
knew,
was
then you
important
wouldn't be
about that?
saying that they closed the Strait of Hormuz or however the heck you pronounced it. You
How
wouldn't
do you
say
pronounce
that.
it? I'm
Because
Middle
your
Eastern.
point would be
I can
moot
trust you. I
because
can-
that was
yeah.
in response to, so in retaliation, all right, to the United States of America and Israel striking Iran on Saturday, February 28th, 2026.
I know.
It wouldn't make any sense to say that.
What transpired that? Like, what transpired that?
What?
What transpired that? Like, what? Why was all those actions taken? It wasn't for no reason.
What transpired?
happened
No,
for that
if you
to
say, oh my God, if you say, and my God, today, if you say what transpired, you're asking basically what happened afterwards is what you're
I'm
asking.
saying before that.
All right,
What
yeah,
happened before that?
precipitated that.
Before that?
Yeah. So what precipitated that, all right, would actually be lies from Israel.
Which was what?
that Iran was close to having a nuclear weapon. I believe it was Marco or someone
So
within
you're
the
saying
Trump
they're not.
administration that said that they were within 7 days of having a nuclear weapon.
They've been building a nuclear thing for over 20 years. Like,
Prove it.
Like, what makes you think?
Prove it.
Prove it.
Where are the
You
nuclear?
want me
Where are
to-
the nuclear weapons at then? 20 years? 20 years?
You want me
Didn't
to
the
vote?
United States of America in like 1944 or something with the Manhattan Project build that junk in like less than 5 years? So,
To end
like
the
where?
war. To end the war.
That's not what we're
they did
talking
that
about. I
for.
think
It
you
wasn't
might
for
have a
no
comprehension
reason.
problem, and I'm not being
Nah,
funny.
it's just,
You hear
I'm not
words. No,
laughing.
because you hear words, and then like just because you heard that word, you think that's what we're talking about. But
Just
that's
like
not
when
what's
you
happening.
read that. Just like you read that they said lies about Iran, and now you're believing that. It's the same thing, kind of, right? Like when you said,
No,
"Oh,
I
they
would
made up
believe.
lies."
I believe that it was lies because of the simple fact
Okay.
that the United States of America nor Israel has produced a nuclear weapon from Iran. And also because
You
the
know that
United States of
because you're
America
there.
told us in June of last year, so June of 2025, that what was that,
Okay.
Operation Midnight Hammer it was, that they had
Okay.
obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, 3 of them,
Do you
including
know?
Fordham.
Do you know? Do you know what
Is
they're
it Fordham?
like?
How do you pronounce that F one?
Do you know like the terrorist groups that Iran
Are you
supports? What they do?
pivoting? What are you doing?
No,
Focus,
no pivot.
man.
This has to do with Iran and the nuclear program.
Focus.
You know that the terrorist groups that they support, what they do in Syria or what they do in Lebanon or what they do, have you seen that stuff?
What's your point? Because what you'd have to do is you definitely would have to prove that they were an imminent threat. And how were they an imminent threat?
So when 9/11 happened, when we count something as not an imminent threat, something can't be an imminent threat because we don't see it coming.
I'm sorry, what? Your questions don't
as
make sense.
9/11 happened, right? We weren't thinking, oh, this is an immediate threat. But then the next day, they bombed the towers, and I'm sorry, not bombed. They drove a plane into the what's called and killed 2,000 people.
Are you talking about?
You're asking me, it's not an imminent threat. How would you know that until something happens? Is that what you're saying?
Because they collect intelligence. You don't know things because if you knew things, you would know that the Bush administration actually ignored intelligence that was telling them that there was an immediate threat to the United States of America.
So if Trump is
if you knew this, then you wouldn't be saying that. Oh my God.
Great. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. So if Trump is getting...
I don't have to pretend he's smart. Hi, caller. Thank you for holding. For TikTok purposes, are you a Trump supporter? Sorry, I was going to say. Caller?
I'm in the middle.
How old are you?
I'm kind of with Trump. I'm about 16, but I have a young
You're
voice
16?
Yes.
Okay, duh. You have to be 18 years or older and actually to be on this platform. So I am going to disconnect the call, but I would definitely suggest that you go talk to your blue-haired auntie so that you don't fall for the red pill propaganda love. I hope you have a great day. Oh my God. No, that's a child. It's a baby. I didn't have to pretend that guy was smart. I didn't. Nope, not at all. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hi, Erica. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump policy supporter, though.
A Trump policy supporter. Ooh,
Yeah.
you had to delineate that, huh? Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, in my district, I was in Florida, but I voted blue in Texas recently. But I couldn't vote in Florida because they do it by district.
I don't know. Okay, sure. So with that being said, quick question. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm the big 3-0.
Okie dokie. All right. And why are you still supporting Trump?
Well, I had some questions for you because do you know Linda Davis?
No, I don't know anything.
So Linda Davis was she was a 20-year educator that hopped in an Uber and the Uber driver got pulled over and he decided to run from the cops. with her in the car, and unfortunately, she
You
died.
got that wrong. You're talking about Dr. Linda out of Georgia. That was
Yeah.
it wasn't the cops, it was ICE. And she wasn't, I don't believe she was in an Uber, but they weren't in the same car together. It was separate cars.
Call from
They had stopped
Right.
the gentleman. Caller, hold one moment, please. There's someone on the panel. Thank you. But they weren't in the same car together. So you have
Yeah, you
that
said they
wrong
stopped the
already.
gentleman, but he decided to run from
You said they were in
whatever.
the same car together. That's why I'm like, that's not the case. They were in separate cars, and she was in her own vehicle. She wasn't in an Uber.
But did she not get killed by the driver?
She was hit by the person who was running. And was ICE conducting an illegal stop because they weren't supposed to pursue the person in that town? Because doesn't that town have like some type of ordinance where you're not supposed to be doing a chase within that town? And
No,
ICE
it's not a
disregarded
chase.
that.
You're not. Illegal immigrants are supposed to be running from authority figures.
Doesn't matter. You're not supposed to be doing any type of chase in that town. They
Well,
weren't
anyway,
supposed to engage in the pursuit.
I wanted to ask
I
you
want you to answer that question. I just want to
where
make sure
was
that we can be
Kamala Harris?
factually
Where was
honest.
Kamala Harris when this happened, and has
I
she
just want
said
us to
anything
be
about it?
factually honest about these things, sir. So
We're being
in that
factually honest.
town,
Linda Davis is a 20-year doctorate
excuse me, one
educator
moment,
that
sir.
got killed by an
I don't
illegal
want you to think
immigrant.
that you can actually steamroll this conversation. All right. I answered your questions and I want you to answer mine. Okay. In that town, all right, it's not College Square. I can't recall which town it was, but I do remember hearing about this and confirming it. They do
It was
have an
outside of
ordinance in
Savannah.
place, right, where the police are not supposed to pursue, right? So no chases. Yes or no?
So is it the police aren't supposed to pursue, or illegal immigrants
No
can drive wherever
one.
they want to?
No one. People can drive wherever they want to drive. What are you talking
They
about?
can
What
take
you just
illegal
said makes
U-turns and run red
absolutely
lights.
no sense whatsoever.
They can take illegal U-turns and run red
That would
lights.
be a traffic infraction, is what that would be.
Exactly,
That's a
and
traffic infraction.
that's what
But
he
in
was being
regards
stopped
to
for.
they would do a stop. No one said that they couldn't do a stop. I said they're not supposed to pursue. So that means if the person runs off, then they run off. You're not supposed to chase them. So if they had never, all right, engaged in the chase, then guess what would have happened?
So
What
let
do
me
you
ask
think?
you this.
Oh, no,
Let
I'm
me
sorry.
ask
Because
let
here's
me
the
ask you
thing.
this, Erica. Does a 20
Shut up. You're pissing me off because you can't be intellectually honest, because you refuse to recognize the whole point here is that Dr. Cook would still be alive. All right, she'd still be alive. So there's that part. And then you ask about Kamala Harris and her role in this. Kamala Harris is a private citizen. She has no obligation to comment on anything. Unless she wants to, she has no obligation to do so. So I have no idea why it is that you even bring up Kamala Harris in this matter.
So she has the obligation to promote books at the same time that this happened?
Is it a book that she wrote? Was it a book
Doesn't
that she
matter.
wrote? It was a book that she
It
wrote,
doesn't
right?
matter.
Okay. So yeah, she definitely has an obligation to promote her own work. Yeah.
So
What?
a 20-year
I think
educator,
is
a 20-year
odd. Go ahead,
educator
get it
doesn't get
off.
to see her retirement. They don't get to see their retirement, but by the hands of a legal immigrant. And then Kamala Harris gets to promote her book around all over the place.
It's kind of odd that you're blaming this on Kamala Harris for not releasing
Nobody's
some type of
blaming. I'm
statement
blaming her. I'm blaming her
on this. But
non-responsiveness to major issues.
Donald Trump? Do you blame
Major issues of illegal
instituting a
immigrants thinking
policy
they're
of
above
zero
the
tolerance when it comes
authorities.
to pursuing undocumented immigrants? Do you blame Donald Trump for that? Yes or no? Be honest.
Repeat your question.
Oh, okay. So that's what happens when you talk when other people are talking. Okay. Do you blame Donald Trump for instituting and promoting a policy of no tolerance when it comes to the pursuit of undocumented immigrants by ICE? Yes or no?
Do I blame Trump
Donald,
for
yeah.
that?
Do you blame Trump for it?
No, I think if you're an illegal immigrant, you need to go through the process of becoming
So
legalized.
you don't. That wasn't the question, friend. That wasn't the question. All right.
But it was my
Here's
answer.
the
That was
thing.
my
You
answer.
can't be intellectually honest, so I don't have to talk to you. Hey, y'all, I'm doing this thing. I just want to let you all know I am really doing this thing where I'm trying to be nice. I really, really am. I'm trying to be nice. And in being nice, what I realize is that once a person is refusing to engage in honest conversation, because remember, this is real conversations with real people, all right? I don't have to talk to them anymore. So what I can do is I can exercise the ability to remove them from the panel or hang up on the phone call. All right. He displayed 2 times that he was unable to answer a question honestly. I don't have to talk to him. I don't have to talk to him at all. So there's that. All right. Go play somewhere else and find you something safe to do, friend. Okay. All right.
Call from
Hi, caller. Hold one moment, please. Thank you. All right. Thank you for holding. All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
And for
am.
TikTok purposes, how old are you?
19.
How old?
19.
19? Okay. Just
Yeah.
a quick moment here. Okay. Wowzers. Okay. I just want to read this one here. Thank you to Ivan for the $2. Ivan says, so we are just making up policies now. This caller doesn't even know what policy he supports that Trump did. Hint, Trump has passed as much policies as much as I dropped albums. Didn't happen. That was funny. Shout out to Ivan. Thank you, friend, because that was funny. All right. And also shout out to Karen for the $5, actually $5.55. Thank you, Karen. Karen said, these people are absolutely obsessed with trans folk. Please take your mind out of other people's pants. It's weird behavior. And is. It truly, truly is. And also Karen sent $4.44 and said, before I figured out I was trans, I just felt broken and miserably hideous. I never had the language to know why I felt that way. I just hated, couldn't even look at myself in a mirror. If the gender identity is a phase, the kids would just grow out of it. Nah. And that's the thing. It's not a phase though. And that's the thing. And that's what they don't realize. They don't understand that. They don't understand that. They think that something can make you a way, and that's just not how any of this work. Yeah, but thank you so very much, Karen, for even sharing that with us. I appreciate you, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat for Ivan and for Karen. All right. And if you'd like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Again, thank you all so very much for all that you do, because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. All right. And with that being said, let's get these likes up to 200,000 likes. All right, so let's get it up to 200,000 likes, and also let's go ahead and knock out our donuts. I don't know why it's at 300. That's crazy work. I need to update that. That's crazy. Change that just a little bit. Confirm. I might start over. I hope not. Okay, cool. Let's knock out the donuts. So there's that. And keep doing all the good things, guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let's see. Thank you for holding. All right, caller, why are you still supporting Trump?
I'm still about Trump because of his policies. I think his policies were good.
I can barely hear you. Are you able to come closer to your phone and speak up?
Yeah, sure. Hang on. Alright, so what I said was, I believe Trump's policies were like really good actually. Like he did some good things. He got rid of all the illegals and shit. Yeah, that's why.
Oh, and 44, you're right. It's Linda Davis. My apologies. It's Dr. Linda Davis. You said that he had good policies, and name that policy again.
It's mostly focused on like the deportations. Yeah.
You know, okay, God, Jesus Christ. You know, Donald Trump hasn't deported like a lot of people, right? He's deported less in his first year than Biden did in his first year. He's detaining people, but he's not deporting them.
He does a good job because he's making his progress loud and clear, and I can see that.
They've actually slowed down on even detaining people. So there's that part because of all of the ineptitude that was shown in Minnesota earlier this year. So, what?
Huh? Really?
Yeah.
Well, I got a question for you. What if Hitler had a BBC?
I don't know. You probably take it up the ass. The fuck? I don't know. Okay. Thank you for holding, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am still supporting him, I would say, yes.
Okay. And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 35.
Okay. All right. And why are you still supporting Trump?
Well, how old are you? Just wondering.
I'm almost 60. Thank you for the cake, Jen.
Wow. Well, you're aging very well.
Yeah, that's what happens
Very
when you
well.
drink your water and mind your business.
Right. So, hey, so I would love to say why I support him, but first I would love to just say something nice about Kamala. I don't want to get
Kamala.
emotional here. Sorry, did you say Kamala?
It's
Kamala?
Kamala. If you can't say Kamala, just say Miss Harris.
Say her name for me one more time, please.
Kamala.
Kamala. Did I do better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So I don't want to get emotional here. If either one of us gets emotional, I will have to leave, and that's fine. But I just noticed that I call into a lot of YouTube channels, and usually the host is the one who gets extremely emotional. And I'd like to keep this logical if we can. First of all, I'd like to say something nice about her, Miss Harris. I did like that, as Attorney General, she actually supported the death penalty, which was really nice. She was really harsh on 3-strike criminals, which I really liked. She didn't give them a fourth or fifth, opportunity. A lot of people said that was too tough. I actually liked that. A lot of Republicans like myself will say that she was lenient and too soft, and that's just not true. She actually was pretty hardcore as an AG. So I do like that about her. I was wondering if there's anything about Trump that you could say that you like.
Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, please, on hold. I want to respond to something in the chat. Hey, I never said there was anything with taking it up the butt. I never said there was anything wrong with that. He asked me, what if the person had one? And I said he'd probably take it up there. That's all I said. I never said there was anything wrong with it. If you infer that anything is wrong with it, then that's going to have to be a you problem. Looking at you, you know who you are. Okay. No, there's nothing wrong with it. There you go. Did he just ask me, is there something I can say nice about Trump? Nothing. I'm going to say he got a fat ass. Okay, thanks for holding. So you did ask, is there something I can say nice about Donald Trump?
Like any policy that you agree with, or any stance that he has that you actually like.
Any policy that I agree with on Donald Trump? Let me think back. Sure. He, even though I'm not going to say the negative, he guaranteed $85 million annually in HBCU funding.
Was that his first term or this one?
That was his first term.
Okay, just wondering. All right, so there's something positive, right? Does he still hold that same stance, do you think?
No.
Okay. He's kind of flip-flopped on that. And HBCUs are like black universities in a nutshell?
Yep.
Okay, copy that. Okay, cool. So we could say something nice about each other. It's kind of like before we start battling, let's say something nice about each other. You know what I mean? But so what I like about Trump, is the biggest thing, even though I don't fully agree with it, is his abortion stance. I think he approves of abortion up to 6 weeks, is what last time I checked. I would rather him not approve of it at all, but that's probably the biggest reason that I vote for him. What I don't like right now is how much we blindly support Israel, how much money we give to this country that only has 9 million people. You know what I mean? But I will say I do like the overall Christian kind of ethics, even though he seems to be faking it at times. It's better than I think Miss Harris would have done as far as promoting Christianity, and I think that she would probably
Why
be
would you
okay
want
with
the
abortion.
president to promote Christianity when there's
One
supposed to be
second.
a clear separation of church and state?
Hold on. Sorry, I will answer that. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
hmm
Sorry, my kid spilled juice. Well, there should be a clear separation of church and state, yes. However, our founding fathers, for the most part, were Christian. So the way I look at it is that America was founded on Christian principles. And I feel like for the last maybe 30 years, we have kind of gotten away from that. And I do love the separation of church and state. However, I do want a president who is outspoken and courageous about his religious affiliation.
Yeah, Donald Trump is outspoken about his non-religious affiliation. Also, whether you believe or not, the majority of founding fathers were practicing Christians. It doesn't play any role in how they actually set the law of this land when writing the Constitution because of the simple fact that they left religion out of it. All right. Do you think people who were, let's say, people who wanted to promote Christian ideals and, let's say, Christian ethics, as you called it, would give people the freedom of religion? When don't you think this would have been founded as a Christian state? So basically a theocracy, it would have been founded as such, but that's not what they did.
Well, we can look at the Declaration of Independence to actually sort of disprove what you just said there.
The Declaration
the
of
Declaration of
Independence is
Independence-
nothing but a Dear John letter. It's not a law or anything of that. So there's that
No,
part.
you're right. You're right.
So it has no relevancy in this conversation. So with that being said, there's a glaring like contradiction here, though. Would you say that you value life, right?
I do value life.
You do
From the
value
moment of
life because
conception.
you are from the moment of conception, right? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So how is it that you value life, right? But
Yeah.
But you're a death penalty supporter. You support the death penalty. That doesn't track.
Well, will you allow me to try to explain that to you?
Sure,
please?
by all means.
And like I said, let's please try not to get emotional. And I don't think I've watched your streams. You're pretty
Sir,
good at
stop
not doing that.
projecting, please. I'm serious. I'm asking. Do not ask me to not get emotional one more time, right? Because, yeah.
Well, I'm
Don't
just
do
very
that.
used to it, but I will answer your question.
Thank you.
So the reason I support the death penalty is because you have forfeited your life once you take the life of somebody unjustly or force yourself sexually upon somebody. So there are kind of consequences for your actions, and some of those, like I just said, is the forfeit of your life. So I do value life so much that I think we should violently protect life at times. And I believe Ms. Harris agreed with me there.
So where is it within the Bible, all right, the New Testament? Because you call
all
yourself a
over.
Christian, right? You are a
All
Christian.
over the Bible.
Okay. So where in the New Testament does it say that you have the right to take a life, the life of another person? And where does it even
will
say that
tell
they
you right now.
forfeit their life if they take the life of another person?
I will read it to you right now. Matthew 24:42 through 44. Jesus is speaking. He says, "Therefore stay awake, for you do not know on what day your Lord is coming. But know that if the master of the house has a thief who breaks in and is met with violence, no bloodshed shall be put on his head." So he's basically saying that if somebody breaks into your house and you catch them and you kill them, that you are not guilty of manslaughter.
Let's see here. So while things like, I would say, self-defense can be seen as justified, all right, unlike in the Old Testament, right? I don't even think the Old Testament says it, but I can look into it. All right. Where does it state in the New Testament, Jesus's words, right? Because what you just read to me didn't necessarily even answer the question. All right. Where does it basically say something to the effect of an eye for an eye? So it's basically killed, then be killed.
Well, I don't think that there's a lot. So this is like, what's it called? It's a it's where you try to, let me just tell you, it doesn't say that. There's a lot of things in the Bible that aren't spoken, that aren't said. You know what I mean? Like, let's
It's
say,
left to man's
like it
interpretation,
doesn't
right?
say, like the Bible doesn't say if you're in a plane and it's going down to put your head between your
We
knees.
understand that the
But we
Bible,
know
the
but we
Bible
know
isn't
to do
literal,
that.
and we understand that part. Like I completely get that. The whole point is,
Yeah.
all right, is that it is left up to the reader's interpretation, right? So it's left up to man's understanding, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so that would be your understanding of it. It doesn't mean that's actually what it says, because the original writer of it could have meant something completely different. And so it's more so just like, I don't know, maybe like a boundary or a guideline for you to follow versus you interpreting it a certain way that would justify doing harm to another human being.
Yes. I
Okay.
would agree.
Okay.
Totally.
We're not
Yeah, and
God.
context matters too, you know?
Yeah, but we're not God.
Yeah, but
Only
well,
God
but God
can
is
give
giving
and
us
take life, right?
guidelines. No, not at all. The Bible says many times when you can take life and when you shouldn't. It clearly differentiates between murder and killing, and there are two different things.
But what does it say, like in Matthew 5:21-26, about like ungodly anger and hatred being spiritual violations?
Yeah, that would be murder. If I kill somebody out of anger, that would be a sin. If I
Okay.
kill somebody out of self-defense,
Mm-hmm.
which let me say something, like, so if somebody is a serial R-worder, you know, a serial rapist,
I don't
it
need an
would be
example. I already get it.
Yeah, so you get it. So there's certain people that we should be unaliving because they have proven that they are going to continue to do these
No.
acts that hurt innocent people.
No, there aren't people that we should be unaliving. That would be silly pants. And I just keep that like very simple. That would be you once again, all right, giving yourself the authority to do so. But who gave you that authority? And you haven't been able to articulate to me who has given that to you. But I have someone here who
obviously
actually
God.
likes talking about the Bible. It's not my cup of tea, but it's his. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
How are you today, friend?
I'm Gucci, chilling.
Awesome. I have this
I just
gentleman
took an
on.
old man nap.
Ooh, fantastic. I wish I could have took an old lady nap today. I'm almost 60, you know. All right. But here's the thing. I have this gentleman on the line who definitely doesn't want us to get emotional. All right. So please don't get emotional, Jeff. All right. Let's try to like keep this all based in logic. All right. And
Love logic.
yeah, what he's doing is he is justifying man's all right authority to basically unalive another person is what he's doing, and he's using the Bible to do so. And yes, he's a serious tone policer. But Jeff, you have fun.
I heard y'all are on.
Oh, one more thing. I'm so sorry, Jeff. My apologies. Chat, make sure you take care of Jeff while he's here, because he's truly about to do the heavy lifting, because I have given him the load and I'm going on mute. I'm just here for the vibes at this point.
Sir, what's your name?
My name's Patrick. Nice to meet you, Jeff.
Hey, Patrick. Likewise. Y'all are in. I heard somebody quote Matthew 5. I want to look at verse 38 in Matthew 5, where it says, "You have heard it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." Do you know where it says that?
Well, you just said, didn't you?
Well, in
Or do you mean where
38,
it says it
Jesus.
in the old?
Yeah, Jesus says, "You have heard it that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." Do you know where it says that? What he's quoting?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, he's quoting Exodus 21,
Gotcha.
which is pretty cool. He's actually quoting Exodus 21, verse 22 and 23, which is kind of ironic, but it talks about this eye for an eye, life for life kind of thing. And so there's two things that I think you should know about this. The first one is that this verse is talking about the difference between injuring a person who's living, breathing, walking, and injuring a fetus, which is a property crime. That's in Exodus 21. And then, so that's verse
Uh-huh.
22. And then verse 23 and 24 talk about this life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth thing that Jesus does away with in Matthew 5. Do you know what he says to do instead of an eye for an eye?
Is to turn your cheek?
Yeah, turn the other cheek. So
Yeah,
in
he's
a
talking about,
way,
basically he's talking about an insult. He's not actually talking about being physically harmed.
well, that would be blasphemy if he was talking about an insult because he's quoting scripture. Like, so you don't think that Jesus committed blasphemy, do you?
Well, the majority of biblical scholars agree that this is talking about an insult. But if
It's
somebody is
actually not.
hurting
Well,
you,
can
of
you
course,
name one
name one what?
biblical scholar that agrees with you? I don't think they do.
Let me think. Probably, let me think.
Bart Ehrman
Basically,
does not. Dan McClellan does not. I don't think. Matter of fact, if I went down the list, I don't think even mythicists would agree. Like, I don't think any single biblical scholar would agree with that.
okay, so N.T. Wright, Walter Wink, Craig Keener, R.T. France, Kenneth Bailey. And then a quick Google search will show that there
hold
are
on.
hundreds who
Hey,
agree with what
now
I'm
you're getting
saying.
emotional. Now you're getting emotional.
Hey, calm down. I'm
Let's go.
allowed to respond.
Yeah, but we're gonna go down the list. You're not just gonna spout out a bunch
We
of
got to
names.
go
I gave you
back and
2
forth,
names.
man. We got to go back and forth.
Yeah,
Calm
but
down,
if
brother.
you're spouting, listen, Gish Gallop, man, if you're spouting off a bunch of names and I don't get to look at them, right? Or you're just saying shit, right? That means you're getting emotional.
Have you ever
I
admitted?
don't.
Have you ever admitted that you're
I
wrong?
I do not
Like
like.
ever in your life?
Hey, Marshmallow Brain. I don't like timeshare salespeople. Do you want to look like a timeshare salesperson in front of 883 people?
Hey, man, say what you mean.
I did. Do you want to look
I
like a
think Jesus
timeshare
talks about that
salesperson?
too. Let your yes
Do
be
you
a
want to
yes
look?
and your no be a no,
Hey,
brother.
listen, I just told you. I said it directly. Do you want to look like a timeshare salesperson in front of 883 people?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, cool. Let me just look up Walter Wink on Matthew 5.
Yeah.
Like a scam artist, I mean. Walter Wink interpreted Matthew 5 not as a command for passive submission, but as Jesus' third way, a method of active nonviolent resistance that strips oppressors of their power without resorting to violence.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't say what you said it says. What's the next
It does. I
Bible
want you to
scholar
try to
you said
read
it?
that one more time. Read what you just said one more time, nice and slow.
I did. Okay, I'll read it again. Walter Wink interpreted Matthew 5 not as a command for passive submission, but as Jesus' third way, a method of active, nonviolent resistance that strips oppressors of their power without resorting to violence. So that's
Yes.
the first person who doesn't say what you
So-
said it said. What is the
No,
next
he's saying
biblical?
he
Did
just
I
said
read the
he's
word
arguing.
insult?
Okay, let me see if I can talk
Was
now
he
without
talking
being
about
interrupted.
insult in there?
Engaging the powers, it argues that this passage is about taking a stand without returning violence. There's nothing to do. So if Jesus is being attacked, he is going to get away or he is going to protect himself. He's not going to turn the other cheek from a physical attack.
You said
This is
an
a stand
insult.
against.
Okay, you did
It is
say an
absolutely
insult.
an insult.
Okay, this has nothing to do with insults. This has to do with oppression. What is the next Bible scholar that you said agrees with you? This is why we do this one at a time, so we can lay bare what the truth is. Let your yes be a
Walter
yes
Wink
and a no be a no. He doesn't
What
agree
I'm
with you. He
reading
didn't
is that
say.
Walter Wink absolutely agrees with me. The next
Okay, so
person
you
is
think
N.T.
oppression.
Wright.
So you think the oppressors are just insulting you?
Oppression is not assault.
Do you think an oppressor is just insulting you?
Oppressor is not assaulting you. That's why it's called
I'm just going to ask you
oppression.
the question a third time, so you didn't answer that question twice. Do you think oppression is a synonym for insult.
Do you think oppression is assault?
I'm going to ask the question now a fourth time. This is a fourth time that you're going to attempt to answer this
So we
question,
both
and you
can't
won't.
answer questions, I
So,
see.
no, look,
So I
you're
can't answer a
answering my,
question, you can't
listen,
answer a question.
hey, Marshmallow Brain, you're answering
Calm
my
down.
question with a question.
Calm yourself.
You're answering my
Breathe.
question with, you're the one that's being a con artist here. You're answering my question
Relax,
with a
brother.
question. The question on the table, okay, con artist, is oppression
Whoa.
a
What's up with
synonym
insults are
for
usually done when you're emotional. Try not to
Well,
get
you should
emotional,
turn the,
man. We already talked about that.
listen, now you're interrupting. So you're doing what I call crashing out. Stop
You
interrupting.
interrupted
Look,
too. You interrupted.
now you're interrupting a
You did.
second
So now
time.
you're a hypocrite.
Now you're
You're a
interrupting a
hypocrite.
third time.
You're an
So the
absolute
question on the,
hypocrite.
now you're interrupting a fourth time. See how
No,
how
how many
fast
times did you interrupt me?
I haven't interrupted you a single time.
Yes, you have. You did not let
Okay.
me respond to Walter Wink, who is talking about engaging powers, not engaging physical attack.
The
And you couldn't
question
admit that you were
is,
wrong.
an oppression equal to an insult? Yes or no?
It could be.
So that's not a yes or a no. I'm going to ask now the fifth time I'm asking this question. Is an oppression synonymous with an insult? Yes or no?
Is the sky only blue?
That's the fifth time you've dodged that question. Now we're going to try for number
See,
6.
not all
Is an
questions
oppression?
are answered with a yes or a no.
Is an oppression?
Sadly.
So the answer to that, listen, I'm going to give you what you want. The answer to your question is no. So now the question is an oppression a synonym for insult?
No. That one's easy to answer.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, so now we have agreed that Walter Wink doesn't agree with you. What is the second biblical scholar?
Wait, no. Elaborate, man. That doesn't even make sense. Now who's being a Bible salesman?
You said that what Walter Wink interprets this as is simply as an insult.
Yes.
Okay, that's not what he said. So now let's move on to the next scholar.
Well, my biggest point here is that passage is not about being physically assaulted or battered. It's about oppression, yes, but it's mainly about being insulted. If somebody insults you, you turn the other cheek. Give them something else to insult.
We're just going
Who
to
cares if they insult you
pass
or
over.
oppress you?
Now
Calm
I am
down, man.
interrupting.
We can both be intellectual here.
Now I'm interrupting you. We
So you're
just
the only one that's
agreed.
allowed to be intellectual. So you're the only one that's allowed to be intellectual.
I'm the only one that has
Okay,
the
cool.
ability. So
So I see.
listen,
So I see.
you
Okay,
just
gotcha.
said that it's not simply about an insult, and then you said that it is. This is why you're a con artist. Does
I just
Walter
told
Wink
you my
say that
main
it's simply
point
about
is-
an insult?
He's not saying it's about being physically assaulted.
I'm just going to ask the question again. Does Walter Wink
my
say it's
God,
simply
dude.
about an insult?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, good. So what is the next Bible
Does
scholar
Walter
that you
Wink
think
say
agrees
that
with
it's
you?
about being physically assaulted?
I didn't say it was about being physically assaulted.
Well, we're
And no, he
talking
doesn't.
about when it's justified to kill or when it's justified to take another life, which the New Testament clearly states in Romans 13, 1 through 4. If you want to look up that Bible verse for me, and I'll wait for you.
Okay, fine. Let's just look up Romans 13, 1 through 4.
An insult and an assault are two very separate things. While we're getting that, I am going to say thank you. Thank you to Mr. Melvin for the 5. Mr. Melvin said, comprehension is a lacking skill in this society, but it's a disrespect to the elders to support Trump. That is very true. Yeah, I get it. Thank you, Mr. Melvin. This is very different right here. All right. And also, Karen, thank you for the $1. No need to apologize. I understood exactly what it is that you said. I understood what you said. But thank you so very much, Karen. All right, guys, let's make sure that we keep doing all of the good things. All of the good things. I can't say that enough. All right, make sure that we are tapping the screen. We're sharing the live. And I got 2 more things to read, actually, guys. I moved too fast. Thank you, Mr. Mike, for the 2. Mr. Mike just said, wait, he just said if they force themselves on a woman, then they should be executed. He did say that. I wonder if that logic tracks for the person that he voted for. There's that. We'll soon find out. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Also, Charlie, thank you so much for the $3. Charlie said, please ask caller, have innocent people been executed under the death penalty? Is it okay to execute the guilty if the risk is executing innocent people falsely convicted? That's a fantastic question, and we're definitely going to get there. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep doing all the good things. Again, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everythingwitherica9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right, guys. And let's make sure that we are taking care of Jeff while he's here, putting in this work. All right. So let's make sure we light his links up. It's in the poll at the top of your screen. I think left-hand corner of your screen is a poll with his links there, and also over on the tube it is pinned. So let's do all of the good things, guys, and show Jeff all the love. All right. And Jeff, I think I owe you like $5, so I'm just gonna send it because I can't remember.
No, you don't owe me $5.
I don't. Okay.
So
I got it.
let every person be subject to the governing authorities. For there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists authority resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Do you wish to have no fear of the authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive its approval. For it is God's agent for you to do good. But if you do what is wrong, you should be afraid, for the authority does not bear the sword in vain. It is the agent of God to execute wrath on the wrongdoer. Where does this say anything about killing people?
So Paul is explicitly saying that God is instituting the governing authority and equipping them with the sword. It says the sword, whoever bears the sword in vain, right? So he's talking about this is a symbol of lethal force to punish evil. And, interpretation matters. I get that, but I interpret that exact verse as saying God is appointing people to bear his justice on wrongdoers, i.e. rapists or serial murderers and such.
Yeah, he doesn't agree with you in Deuteronomy, but what about when people do not give to the community all the profits? Do you agree with that? Do you think they should be executed? When people don't give the community all of the profits, do you think they should be executed?
Absolutely not.
That's what happened to Ananias and Sapphira.
Yeah. Yeah, and I believe Jesus does change the Old Testament, even though he did not come to...
this isn't in the Old Testament. This is after Jesus died.
Okay, so what happened? Explain one more time.
So in Acts 4, we are told that the apostles sold, and their community sold all of their goods and put it in a communal bucket, and everybody shared and was given what was needed.
Oh yeah,
to
and they
them.
didn't put in as much as they were supposed to, right?
And then in Acts 5, it's not that they didn't put in as much as they were supposed to. They didn't put in the total sum because that's what they were supposed to.
And how did they die?
The Holy Spirit struck them dead.
Yeah. So God himself decided very quite literally to kill them, not the people. And God does what he wants. We agree with that, right? God does what he wills, and who are we to say he can't do something or can?
The Bible doesn't agree with that either. No. God does not do what he wills.
Wait, the Bible doesn't say that God does what he wills?
It might say that, but it would be wrong because there's a lot of places that God doesn't do what he wills.
Yeah, he decides when and if and how.
Unless there's iron involved, right?
Elaborate.
Well, there are places where God wants to help the Israelites, but he can't because the other army has iron. There are places where God wants to help you.
Are you saying he simply could not? Or are you saying that it's more, if he did help, his message wouldn't get across or something?
No, it literally says...
Are you actually saying that God could not do that?
I didn't say that. The Bible says that.
What is the Bible says that he could not because of iron?
Yeah.
Well, obviously he could supersede that. He is God. He can do all things.
The Lord was with Judah, and he took possession of the hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain because they had chariots
Yeah,
of iron.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason for it. I'm sure he could drive them out, but it probably would have been in direct. It probably would have put the Israelites in parity that didn't align with his, future.
No,
So I'm sure he
it
could
actually
drive them
says.
out, but driving them out,
Hold on, let me check real quick.
because we all know Matthew 18:19 says, "With man this is possible, but with God all things are possible." So do you actually think he just physically couldn't?
That just says could not drive out the inhabitants, and then it says of the plain because the reason because they had chariots of iron. That's what it says. It
Oh,
doesn't say
wow. Well,
could.
can
So
God? Let me ask you a
I'm
question.
trying to
Can
see
God
where it
do
says
all
could.
things?
Apparently not, because this says he could not. Right? Could not. That's what that says. You see my screen?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that Jesus is God?
I don't believe that God exists. But do you see how it says could not here? Do you see that right here?
Yes.
Here, I'm
And
gonna
then in
highlight it
Matthew
for you.
18:19. Hey, let me
Yeah, do you see where
respond
it
and then
says
I'll
right
let
here?
you.
Could
But
not?
no, I believe it says that. I absolutely believe you. But we also see in Matthew 18:19 it says, "With man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible."
Yeah,
So I'm
except
sure
for
him not driving
this
them
part
out.
right here.
Yeah, I think we're getting off subject a little bit here, but I do believe God
Okay.
could have driven them out, but it would have been detrimental to the Hebrews at the time.
So now we're violating Deuteronomy 4, but that's okay.
But Jeff,
I think
here's
we
the
need to
thing
read it
though.
in context.
Jeff,
That
what was the
wasn't
verse
context.
that you mentioned again?
Judges 1:19.
Judges 1:19. All right, they were asking for it in the chat. Also, another thing, I'm going to read this but I do want to go back to a question that was asked earlier, because again, I have to make sure that your logic is consistent. Sid Life sent a $10 super chat and said, question for the caller: if your child committed a grave crime, would you want them executed?
Well, it depends on what the grave crime is. That's a little too ambiguous.
The ones that you don't like, either rape or murder.
If my child, yeah, of course, I failed the child. I have completely failed my child, and they have forfeited their life by forcing themselves upon another. And I have 3 children.
Wait,
let
so
me ask
are
you
you
a question.
did you just
Do
say
you
because you have 3 children?
I said, well, some people might say, well, he doesn't have children. No, I was just stating that I do have 3 children. And if any one of them was convicted of rape and there was enough evidence that I also believed.
So you'd be okay with seeing your kid die? What if like all 3 of them committed, let's say, an act of murder or rape and were sentenced to unalivement? You be okay with that? Like, you be okay with all 3 of your children, all right, dying at the hands of the state? You don't believe in redemption? Sir, we're still here. I know I'm not frozen. Do you believe in redemption?
You know what the follow-up question is, right?
If he ever answers, he just went quiet on us. Not again.
What?
They just do this. They do this thing where, like, instead of hanging up, they just go quiet. They'll just sit here. They'll just go quiet. It's the craziest thing ever. This is like the 3rd time it's happened.
Nah, Cullen, don't say Jeff broke. That was Erica.
What'd I do? I just went to ask him. He really is just sitting here. Wow, that's crazy. So.
That was kind of emotional.
I'm going to say it. W me. I never say that. W me. All right.
W Erica in the chat.
And shout out to Sid. Shout out to Sid. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate you, friend. All right. And also thank you to I hope I say your name correctly. I got to be able to see it. All right. Shout out to Henya for the 10. Please give 5 to Jeff. I do owe you $5. Oh, Penny, thank you for the gem gun. That was super friggin' cool. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Said thank you for all you do to educate the maggots. We try over here. I guess we're going to be putting the Christian man on hold then. That's crazy, y'all.
Call
He
from.
did the thing.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
He hung up. He hung up. Ah, he hung up. Oh. He hung up. As soon as I answered the other call, he hung up. Not the skedaddle. I'm clipping that shit.
They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. Somebody said skedaddle.
Somebody said skedaddle. Jeff.
What wasn't that was you broke the toy that time. I did not.
All I did was ask him about redemption. How can you be a Christian and not believe in redemption? I don't want to talk to a foreigner. I don't feel like it. That number, it was a foreign number, y'all. And I don't want to. I think this is him calling back, maybe.
Call from.
Patrick.
I think this is him. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Did you hang up on me? Did you lose me? What happened there?
No, I put you on hold after asking you a question and you didn't respond for about a good 2.5 minutes, and then someone else called in and I placed you on hold.
I think my phone had an issue. She was asking if I would kill my child if they raped somebody or if they were a serial murderer, and the answer is 100% yes, and I am not pro-life. I've never said I was pro-life. I am an abolitionist of abortion. I believe abortion should be made illegal. I'm not a pro-lifer because most pro-lifers believe that you can still have an abortion up to like 6 weeks sometimes.
Are you
Not all of
okay?
them, but
You sound a little elevated.
I'm okay.
You
Are
okay?
you okay?
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that you were okay. That's all. No, the question that I had actually asked you, because you had already answered that one, what I was asking you was if it were all 3 of your children, all right, and I believe you said yes, and then I said, as a Christian, do you believe in redemption?
Of course.
Okay, so if you believe in redemption, then why is it that you feel that you have the right to take someone else's life?
Because the Bible says I do.
I still don't agree with you on that one.
Hold on,
So,
can I ask you a
really-
question, please?
Really quickly.
Well, let me
in the
ask her a
Bible,
question,
where
and
does
then
it
I'll answer your question.
where does it
Since everyone's
so
asking
where
me
does it
questions.
I would like for
really
Jeff to
where
ask
does it
his.
where does it condemn rape in the Bible?
I believe in the same book you were quoting in Deuteronomy.
Oh, which part? Because I'm looking at a verse that says that if you grape a woman,
but
especially one who's
you know,
not engaged, you're supposed to marry her and give her father 50 shekels.
Yeah, so that's not talking about rape at all. It's talking about having sex before marriage.
No, it's
You
talking
gotta
about
read the
rape.
whole context. This is why we talk
No,
about. Tell me where it talks. Tell me where it says rape at all. Tell me where it
it
even
has the
mentions
word.
that at all.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It has the word tefas. Okay.
Which is
And in
sexual
every other,
exploitation.
I don't know why it is that you're talking while I'm talking. That sounds very emotional.
That
I
is a
would like you to
Greek
stop.
word that means
It's
sexual
actually
exploitation.
it's actually a Hebrew word. So that's the second thing you got wrong here. And so
Yes, and it
in
means
every other
sexual
place, I don't know
exploitation.
why it is. I do not know why it is that you continue to speak while I'm speaking. Nobody believes you when you speak while I'm speaking. 0 people. I'm just going to tell you.
Yep.
In every other
Go on,
place.
bud. We're waiting.
I don't know why it is that you continue to move your mouth hole and let sounds come out.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
Look,
You're
we
rambling.
can
We're
sing.
waiting.
You're the one that's rambling. I'm waiting for
You're
you to shut the
rambling,
fuck
brother.
up. Stop
You're
talking.
still
That's all I
rambling.
need
Make
you
your
to do.
point.
Okay.
Calm
In every other
down. Make your
place,
point.
stop.
Okay,
You're
stop
talking
doing
again.
that. Seriously, stop doing that. You're doing a tactic where you're being
Look,
annoying on purpose. Don't do that. It's
Yep.
not
Tell me my
cool.
look,
tactic.
Patrick,
I'm still waiting for his
Patrick.
That
point.
is actually you showing a sign of emotion. Like you're being
Yeah.
emotionally unregulated
Oh,
right
and your
now.
insults aren't signs of emotion at all. You're
Hey,
right.
I
Patrick,
haven't made
Yeah,
any
your
Patrick.
insults
I've
insults.
aren't emotional.
listen, Patrick. I've taken a nap today. I've eaten one meal. I'm fully sated. There's nothing you can do that's gonna like get me off this square. I'm solely motivated to finishing this point. Every single time from this point on that you speak while I'm speaking, I'm just gonna take it as a concession that you don't believe this shit, that you're an atheist like me.
You can take it however you
Because
want, bro. It doesn't
that's
mean
number
it's
one.
true.
That's concession number one.
That's number one. Oh, wow,
So
he can count.
okay.
I'm
That's
amazed he
concession
can
number
count.
2 and number
Keep
3.
counting. Let's see if you can
That's
count to
number
10.
4. So everybody, he
Keep
is
going.
admitting to being an atheist. So now I'm going to finish my
Yeah,
point.
totally.
In every other
And you're
place
admitting to being
in
an
the
idiot.
so that's number 6. In
And
every
you're
other
admitting
place
to
in the
being an
Bible,
idiot.
that's number 7.
And
In
you're
every other
admitting to
place
being
in
an
the that's
idiot.
number 8. See how childish
And
you
you're
are?
admitting to being an
In
idiot.
number 9.
And you're
So in
still
every other
admitting to being an idiot.
number 10. So you're still talking.
Every time you
In
count,
every
you admit
see
that I'm right.
11.
Every time you count, you admit that I'm right.
12.
Since we're just making
Stop.
things up.
Okay. Erica, let's do this. Let's put
Yes, sir.
the lower primate on hold since it is only throwing feces against the wall.
Got
And then
it.
I'll complete my point.
Oh, he hung up. He hung up that
See?
time.
They don't want to hear scripture. This is what I was going
No.
to say.
Mhm.
In every other place that this verb is used, it is a forceful seizure of a person when it's used in conjunction with a person.
Okay.
I have a list of them. I could go down that list, but he didn't want to hear that list
Okay.
because he doesn't really believe this. This is something that I've noticed about certain Christians is they don't really believe this book. They don't read it. The only thing that he wants is to be able to control women
Yep.
and put his hateful ideology out there.
Yep.
And he wants to go ahead and say, hey, this book tells me, even though it doesn't.
Yep.
So if you guys look up every place that the TAPAS, tafas, every single place that word is used, Genesis 39, Deuteronomy 21, 1 Kings 13, 1 Kings 14, 1 Kings 25, Jeremiah 37, Jeremiah 38.
Caller, hold.
In all of those places that verb is used, it has to do with either seizing somebody forcefully or capturing them against their consent. And so when it is used in Deuteronomy 22, yeah, it's laying with someone against their consent. But he doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't want to hear that at all.
Because it'll go against his narrative. Because he's trying to prove that the Bible actually supports his reasoning, his interpretation that murder is allowed. Only type of murder that only type of killing that I think is allowed would be self-defense. So if you're being attacked and you respond and you unalive the person, then it's justified. I don't think that is a state's responsibility to kill anyone. They don't have that authority. And then to try to back it up with God, I think that's a bastardization of what God would actually would want. And my whole thing about this, the whole Bible stuff, is men's interpretation of it. They just want everybody to believe their interpretation. Nobody else can have one that differs from theirs. All right. It is all about what they believe the word is actually saying. Nah, I can interpret it differently.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna be a king today.
I don't know why people think. Here's the thing. I dropped a mini class on verbal combat on my website, right? The very last one of these PDFs is called "Winning the Audience," and it's something that I do not understand why these Christians. Well, no, forget Christians. Why conservatives, as a whole, don't know how to do this. They walk into a place, and the minute that their logic gets tested, instead of just being honest and saying what they feel, they start acting like children, and they think that wins the room. because they're only performing for themselves. What they're supposed to do is find a way to win the audience in the room that they're in. If they're performing for themselves, they can do that in a mirror. They can do that in their journal.
But then no one would see them.
Yeah, they're literally just wasting their own time.
Yeah,
That's
they
it.
are. They are. Once he said that he was a abolitionist when it came to abortion, I kind of mentally checked out because of the simple fact that nothing that he said from that point on would make any sense, because his whole goal, he has like two goals. It's like you said, he just wants to spout like get off his hateful rhetoric. And then I knew from that point on that he would simply try to be as derogatory and as hateful and as rage baity as possible. I was like, I'm going to mentally check out. Jeff, finish him. Yeah, that's it. Oh, there she goes. Okay. All right. Jeff, have you met Peaches before?
I have.
Okay, awesome. All right. Cool. You guys know each other. Okay, great. All right. I was going to say hi to each other, but you know each other. Yay. Okay.
Cool people.
But yeah. So I was
Well,
like,
let me correct that.
Sure.
I've watched Peaches live. I haven't officially met Peaches, but Peaches F's with the people I F with, so Peaches is cool.
Peaches, Jeff, Peaches. Ta-da.
Hello, the last guy was irritating me and I didn't need to request stuff. I wanted him to move on, but I'm glad to be on the panel. But hi, Jeff. You mess with who I mess with, so I mess with you.
There we go. That's it. That's it.
That's how our people roll.
I swear, if this next person tries to talk to me about darn going religion, I'm going to lose it. Let's see what happens. It's a foreigner. Hi, thank you for holding, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hi, Jeff. You mess with who I mess
Hey, you can mute it in the background.
That's how our people roll.
Going once, going twice.
Sorry?
Yeah, you can mute the stream in the background.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
Okay. All right. You're not in the United States of America, right? So why do you call us here today? Good God. Jesus Christ. Hi, caller. Thank you for holding. All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, sure am.
Okay. And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I just turned 19.
Okay. All right. Give me two more seconds. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for being awesome, chat. And also, tubers, make sure we keep doing all of the good things. Show love to Peaches while she's here. Check out the links in her bio. Show her all of the love. And let's make sure we keep taking care of Jeff. And I missed things over on the tube. I'm sorry. Hi, Life 2 Symphony. Thank you for the $2 super chat. You said, why do people believe part of the Bible, not all? Because they have to believe the parts that serve their narrative, unfortunately. It's just weaponization of religion. That's really what it is. Thank you, love, for the 2. I appreciate you. Also to C. Lambert or Seal Ambert, I'm not sure. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat where you said gained a subscriber. Good job. Oh, you're freaking awesome. Well, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat for our donors, guys, and keep doing all of the good things. All right. If you'd like to support me, support the stream. The links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. I also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you're over in the tube, you can send a super chat. All right. I want to thank you all so very much in advance for all of the love and kindness, because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. With that being said, don't forget to take care of Jeff and Peaches while they're here. I can't say it enough. I want to hear them say thank you too. Let's get into this phone call with a 19-year-old. And as you all know, I don't argue with kids because I don't even argue with my own. So I'm not doing this. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much for holding. All right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
Well, I think that his solution for our, immigration crisis is a lot better than Kamala's.
Kamala.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
That was cute. What was I supposed to do with that? That was cute. Sure. Okay. Anywho, let's move on. This person's been in the inbox for a minute. Let's see what they want. Keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. All right. Yeah, that was strange. Hi.
Why do they play slurs through like a Nintendo Entertainment System?
I don't know. He didn't have the cojones to say it himself. It was very strange. It's very weird. But yeah, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes, and let's go from there and see. I want to tell you all, last night, y'all got to 1 million likes in 3 hours. Record breaking. Okay, for me, record breaking. All right, so let's see what we can do tonight and go from there. All right, got my fingers crossed. Hi, Miss Cheryl. Are you a Trump supporter? Miss Cheryl? All right. Miss Cheryl, I'm going to let you down, love. I didn't think so. I didn't know that was on purpose. I knew that one on purpose. Okay. Hi, Drew. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but I'd like to clarify. It's certain things I agree with, not
caller,
completely
hold for one
everything.
moment, please.
I would just like to.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would just like to discuss like one thing, just like hear like y'all's standpoint on it. Not like judging anybody. I have a standpoint I agree with Trump on. I want to hear y'all's side of it, if that's okay.
For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. All right. Okay. What is it? Go ahead.
So his whole situation with Iran currently, so I know a lot of people like to talk about the JCPOA and, you know, him pulling out of it and like saying like now he's just trying to not necessarily the exact same, but trying to like reinstate kind of a similar deal. I just want to like what y'all's standpoint is on that, like how y'all would go about it. I just think right now, the way he's going about it to, you know, like attack them economically, I think is a good idea, if that makes sense. Like attack them at their economics and what they mainly export. So that way it kind of drives them down into wanting to make a deal. It's kind of what I got. I need to.
We already had sanctions on them.
I'm sorry.
We already had sanctions on them. We already had sanctions.
Are you referring to, I'm sorry.
I said we already had sanctions. Donald Trump put sanctions on them in 2020, and I believe he put more on them last year, if not this year. But then he lifted a few also this year. So he's kind of been all over the place. But we were already attacking them economically.
Did we have what were the sanctions like in the 2016 time? Did we have certain sanctions on them?
Yeah, we had sanctions. There were economic sanctions, so sanctions on industry and sanctions on resources. So we've been sanctioning them for a very, very long time now.
Okay, so I'm assuming we had like oil, energy, banking,
Yes.
Secondary.
That's exactly what ChatGPT tells you, or the Google AI overview.
I can look it up, but
I'm not
sorry.
kidding you. I know that's exactly
I'm sorry?
what it says because I looked into it yesterday. So that's
Okay.
exactly what it says.
So,
In that order.
do you view the former GCPOA or JCPOA? Sorry, do you view it as like weak or anything, or do you think it needed to be upgraded, or
Do I think that it needed to be upgraded?
in terms of like more restrictions on like uranium enrichment, because like they still could, just not in like a massive quantity. Do you think it needed to like cover like ballistic missiles? Did it need to cover at the time in 2016 like their support for like proxy groups?
No.
So
it allowed them to go up to the 3.67%, which was enough for nuclear energy. All right, so that they could basically have the nuclear energy needed to use their power plants, so to provide electricity. So I don't think they needed any further restrictions there. I think the JCPOA was working, and that we didn't have any other indications that it wasn't working.
Yeah, so I remember in 1970, I think it was, that it was first started, the global like nuclear act. It was something like that, something along those lines. I forget the exact name. And that they violated in like 1970s, 2000s, in that range. They had nuclear enrichment plants.
30-year period?
I'm sorry?
You're talking about over a 30-year period?
I'm just saying, like, during that time frame, like, they violated it, which I think in some cases might have.
Is that Iran did the Atoms for Peace with the United States of America, all right, to basically research nuclear energy, so nuclear power, All right. In the 1970s, there was a non-proliferation agreement that was actually signed by many countries. Iran was one of those countries. All right. And then also because they had the Shah in place at that time. And also the Shah, with the help of the United States of America, built the first one of their nuclear plants. And then after the Iranian Revolution ended, in 1981, I believe it was. So after that ended in 1981, what we had is that they had a pause throughout the 80s for the most part on their nuclear program. They didn't restart it up until about the early to mid 90s is when they restarted it up. And then in 2003, I believe it was, the Ayatollah issued a fatwa that said that they do not want to, or they will not build a nuclear weapon because doing so goes against their religion. So no nuclear weapons. And then we get to 2014 where we had the JPOA, all right, which was the first iteration of the JCPOA, where they were allowed to keep up to, 20% enriched uranium. But then, and also like large quantities of it, but that was still a concern. So what ended up happening is that they reworked the terms of that deal and they got the JCPOA, which kept it reduced. By entering into the JCPOA, if I recall correctly, they basically sold the majority of their uranium to Russia. And it reduced their uranium quantities by 98%. And also they had to take that enrichment level down from 20 to 3.67%. So they were able to do that. And then also they had to get rid of several centrifuges. So they couldn't have as many as they once did. The exact quantities, I don't know, but this information is available at the State Department's website and also at IAEA.com. Not .com, .org, I believe. But you can go there to look it up. So, I mean, like, I think the JCPOA was working perfectly fine because the IAEA was reporting since its inception that Iran was following the guidelines.
Okay. And so in part of that, when so it went up to 3.67% they were allowed to enrich?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time when we pulled out of it, they still had like the reasons behind some of them wanting to get out of it was that it was a 10 to 15 year deal, that it didn't like eliminate the cause. It kind of just delayed it. Like it was like something that they viewed could have been like it was going to be faulty. So when it was pulled out of by Trump, he tried to not necessarily make the same deal. It started to limit them like completely, which I understand in their case why they would be against that because, you know, like that's their defense.
AJ.
Caller hold, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
And so like saying like it didn't restrict their ballistic missiles, it didn't cover their support for the proxy groups, but they did get billions of dollars in
their
sanctions.
Support for the proxy groups has nothing to do with their nuclear program. This was strictly about their nuclear program. All right. So why not? All right, actually focus on that because that's what Donald Trump was focusing on. All right. And why not focus on that and try to strengthen that part of it? Trying to add all these outside factors does nothing.
Yeah, I didn't I wasn't trying to use the proxy thing on like my terms. I was reading an article yesterday that said like between certain people that it was discussed that it didn't cover this. I was just reading parts of it. But then when you refer to like now, like getting onto the subject of like the war going on right now, do you view the blockade as like a thing that needed to be done or like it's beneficial in any way, or do you view it as it's a waste of time?
It's a waste of time.
I view like, so I think that the way they're going about it, like the whole situation might not be the best way to do it, but I think the blockade part, I think the way that it's working that makes it better is I forget the exact number. I might be wrong on it. I know it's like above 70, 80-ish, somewhere in that range of Iran's oil gets shipped out of the strait, correct? So if it cuts off there, they can't bring the money out. So then it goes into like an economic thing to where they feel like they have to negotiate because they're not making any money. Like for example, with China, like they get China gets their oil for a very big, whatever you want to say, like discount, like they get it for a lot cheaper from Iran. So that cuts off another supply that they have. And then, so once that happens, they kind of need to figure something out. And then we get into the deal with them. I mean, not necessarily to do with the whole situation as a whole, but then the straits open back up. It might go back down with the gas, which I know is like priced globally. So like, that's why it's like that as of right now. But I was just trying to figure out like the reasons behind both sides of it. Like I said, like I don't agree with him on everything. This is just one of the things I look at and be like, maybe it's beneficial. Sorry if I'm like rambling. This is my first time on a TikTok live. I'm like kind of trying to figure this out.
It's my first time on a TikTok live too.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Jeff.
If there's a negotiation that took like 6 months to a year, what gives you the impression that one of the signatories of that negotiation has authority to change the negotiation?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used? You said the what? The signatories?
People who signed, the people who agreed to. So there was a negotiation, then there was an agreement, then people signed some stuff. What gives one of the people who signed some stuff the authority to say, no, I don't want that. I want something else?
Well, the fact that it's a two-part. Are you referring to like the fact that it's for two people? Like one?
No, there was six, but I'm asking. Let's say you and I and 5 of your friends entered into a deal. I'm gonna give you an all-terrain vehicle. I'm trying to say some white shit, and in return, you're gonna give me $10,000 or whatever. I don't know how much those things go for. But after we sign on the paper, you're like, I don't like this. I'm gonna go back. What do you think it would give you the authority to do that? Like, say, a few years later.
Thank you.
Oh, like referring to how Trump pulled out of the JCPOA like years after it's been signed.
Pulling out of the JCPOA is just something Americans do. Saying that you have the authority to be like, no, I want this instead after you agreed is what I'm asking. Like, where do we get off? Like, where do we get that authority to say that?
I mean, I guess it would just be mutual consent, or the fact that it was once, like there was mutual consent, both sides agreed to the terms, but that fact that he pulled out of them is just a part of the fact that he's the one that's in charge of the side that did that, if that makes sense.
Okay. Let's switch the analogy to something ongoing. Let's say I made an agreement to cut your lawn, right? And you agreed to pay me $100 a month to cut your lawn, right? But then, out of nowhere, I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, we're supposed to do this for 5 years, but 1 year in, I'm like, I'm not cutting your lawn again. And then I come back to you and like, let's renegotiate. Now that I've broken the agreement, are you going to be willing to negotiate with me?
I mean, in their case, like for this situation,
Forget them. I'm talking about me and you. You and I agreed for me to cut your lawn for 5 years. 1 year in, I'm like, nah, I don't feel like it. I wanna negotiate something else. Now, you thought you had 5 years, your lawn was done. You live in an HOA. If you're long high, they're gonna put one of them joints on your garage door that say, here's a deadbeat. You don't want that, right? So you said, hey, I'm gonna do the responsible thing. I'm gonna secure a 5-year agreement. This guy gonna get business for 5 years. And then I just said, nah, I don't want to. Are you gonna come back to the negotiating table?
I mean, me personally, compared to them, I mean, it just depends on the situation. Like if it was an outright thing where they just like pulled out of it with no consent, then they come back and be like, oh, I want this much money. I want to do it for this. Yeah. I mean, I'd be like, F you, sorry.
Yeah.
So like I said, like I understand the situation of why they don't want to initiate or they don't want to come together and talk.
But real quick, the reason I said that is because I want you to now answer the question that I have is what gives the United States the authority to say, nah, I could say what's what?
I mean, I would think it just comes from like sovereignty, but I mean.
Well, we have sovereignty here in the United States. I'm asking, what gives us sovereignty in Tehran?
I mean, is it like international laws, like agreements are like to be expected?
Well, international law is what we broke, right? We made an agreement. The agreement actually followed international law, and then we broke it. I'm just asking, what gives us the authority to go and say, nah, now you got to do what I say?
Well, I know we have like this treaty by Congress that says like even though like a past president agreed to something that was like permanently binded, like the future president does not need to. It doesn't mean that they have to bind to that as well.
Yeah, that's here in the United States. That's fine. I'm asking what gives us authority over them over there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I honestly,
like they
I can't.
don't. If the IRS went and said, "Hey, person in Iran, I want to audit you," they could just say, "Go fuck yourself," right?
Right.
Because they don't live here. So my question is, what gives us the authority to go over there and say what's what?
You know, I understand your point. Like, I can't, I'm just using reasons for over here, but I guess I thought that those would apply to like our president since he's in charge. It's like he's the one that's dealing with it.
Yeah, no, I
I understand.
It applies
Like,
to the president, but this is the thing, and the late great Patrice O'Neill used to say that. I just said this to Sean yesterday. Like Americans are so xenophobic that we treat people like they're foreigners in their land.
Yep.
He used to be like, yo, what is this language you speak in Japan? We go over to Iran and we're like, yo, how come you not believe in my shit? Like, don't you know I got the First Amendment? Not in Tehran, you don't. Yeah, like what is this you doing? It's their country. We did an agreement with their country. If they say, nah, I don't care, like, yeah, we could start like throwing bombs around, but everybody could start throwing bombs around. Do you really want to start? You're 19, man. Like Eminem said, they gonna take you before they take me. Do you want to go over there and start like doing that just so other people get rich off of your head getting lobbed off?
yeah, I mean, I'm supposed, this is kind of like somewhat to do with the topic, kind of a little off topic. I'm actually in servicing in the Air Force right now. I'm supposed to trying to not go over there, but I don't really have a choice if I do. Yeah, no, I understand what y'all are saying. And like, I get like both sides of it and like what you're trying to say. Like, we don't have the authority to pull out and like how we go over there and be like, this is our shit kind of thing. Like y'all have to listen. Like, I get that part. I guess my aspect of it, of like why I'm viewing it different, or what I'm viewing it as right now, is more of the standpoint of like the economics part, like what the actions they're doing, not necessarily like, which it sounds wrong for me to say, but I'm willing to admit, like, not looking at the moral reasoning behind it. If that makes sense.
Look, if they had come over here and I don't believe no electoral people. If they had come over here and dropped a boom boom on the White House and they unalived our president, even though we hate him, I guarantee you people would be like, let's unleash some, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get you.
So that's what we did. We went over there and we killed their president. Like, what do you, I mean, I don't know how we think we have a leg to stand on in any conversation.
We don't, because also another thing that we have to take into consideration is that back in June, Donald Trump had given them, I think it was 2 weeks. So it was in May, actually. He gave them 2 weeks to basically negotiate some type of deal, arrangement, peace, whatever, with Israel. And what ended up happening was in the middle of that 2 weeks, Donald Trump dropped, the bunker busters on them. Then this year in January, the last week of January, they were in the middle of peace talks. And by all indications from the Iranian foreign minister, along with supposed White House sources, the talks were very productive. Right? They were going along and they were looking forward to meeting each other the following week. Yet that Saturday for us, we dropped bombs on them. Like, That's what happened. So they don't have any reason to trust the United States when it comes to making up any type of peace deal or anything of that nature, because of the simple fact that the United States tends to go back on its word. And when I say United States, I specifically mean Donald Trump, because Biden didn't do that to them and Obama didn't do that to them. So, I mean, there's that. Like Jeff said, what leg does the United States, have to stand on in all of this? Is unjustified, is true, is highly unwarranted. And to be fair, me speaking just for me, I don't blame Iran for not trusting the United States of America.
Yeah. I guess we kind of covered that. I don't know if somebody else is waiting, but I have other things I could talk about unless somebody else is trying to join. Y'all want them to talk.
We got other people waiting. Do y'all have any questions for him, Peaches and Jeff?
I don't.
Peaches? I'm gonna say Peaches.
Yeah, no. I'm just I'm kind of over the Iran. Well, I do have one. Are you timid or afraid of getting orders to be
deployed
over there? Deployed, yes.
Am I scared to go over there?
Yes.
I mean,
I didn't want to use the word scared, because I know that's what you signed up for.
Yeah, I mean, I signed like I know you just said I did sign up for it. I knew the consequences of it. I knew I was going to go somewhere. I mean, it was kind of just when I heard about the fact that I could be going, it just kind of, I don't know. I signed up for my second tour. It's just it's a little rough. Because I did the National Guard for it, and then I decided I wanted to go full Air Force for it now. So it's kind of taking a toll on me a little bit.
When did you decide to go full Air Force?
After my first decision of boot camp.
What year was that?
I'm sorry?
What year was that?
2023 when I graduated.
So you did your first, hold on, let me get this right. So you did your boot camp for National Guard right after you graduated.
Yes.
And then you decided to go enlist full time after you completed your boot camp.
Yes, at the age of, I was 19 when I decided. I was 18 when I went through boot camp, and then I had to go to the Air Force, and then after that, when I was finished, I had to do. I got to make. You know how you make the decision between the 4 years, because I want to go back to school eventually, so I'm doing it now. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I just was curious.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, if it's okay, I had one more question for you. This is a very brief thing. So I know we kind of jumped up after it, but the JCPOA, when it was first initially being debated or being brought up, I know at the time there was a couple Democrats that were against it, like Chuck Schumer was against it, Robert Mendez, I forget the other guy's name. It starts with, I think his last name's Cardin or something like that. Is it Ben Cardin? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
There we go. Go ahead.
Is it Ben Cardin? I can find the article. I was reading it the other day.
I don't know. I'm not looking it up, but go ahead. Hold on one moment.
Okay, I was just saying, at the time, I think they were against it, and that, some people, like I said earlier, some people were viewing it as weak. I guess in my stance, I see where they saw it as weak. Do I agree with how he pulled out of it? Not necessarily because he just said straight up fuck this deal kind of thing.
Okay.
And I know we kind of covered that, but it just I don't know. It still kind of makes me go back and forth between the sides of it, knowing that why he pulled out versus the way he did it. That's kind of where my debate in my head goes on, if that makes sense.
He did it based off of faulty intelligence, and because he's quick to react and he doesn't think things through. And we can see that in the way in which he has handled this first year of his second term. He's an impulsive person. He doesn't think things through. He didn't wait to hear from like U.S. intelligence or anything of that nature to actually see what's going on. He simply went by the word of another president, and that was it. He had an emotional reaction to this. Well, all reactions are emotional, but this one was a emotionally unregulated decision to bomb Iran and also to lead the JCPOA because he was listening to Israel.
Okay. That makes sense. Well, I appreciate y'all talking and like we didn't have to have like the speaking over each other thing like the last guy I was listening for that. That was stupid. Y'all have a good one. It was nice talking to y'all.
You too. Thank you. All right. By the way, if you're still here, please do all that you can. I hope you stay safe, by the way. I really do. I really, really do. Okay, y'all. I'm ready to pick it up. I've been nice all day. I've been doing a good job of being nice, guys. I really have. Oh, thank you, Dom, for the gold mine. Make it rain. All right. I don't know why I said that. I'm going to work on me. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you to Mr. Mike for the $2. Mr. Mike said, and that is a fucking reason right there. Religion and politics are to be kept separate because of you religious fanatics. That was for Jeff's bestie from earlier. All right, talking about the good book. And let's see here. Okay, I read that one earlier. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Mike. I appreciate you, friend. Let's keep doing all of the good things, guys. Let's keep tapping that screen, sharing the live, reposting. It looks like we're working on the crowns, and we have 17 of those to go, so let's knock those out. Also, continue to share and repost the live, and let's get the likes up to 500,000. I don't know where they are right now. I just see 0.4 on my screen, so I'm going to go with, thank you, we was Kangs. I'm going to go with getting them up to 500,000. All right. Also, guys, just keep doing all the good things. And I want to hear Peaches and Jeff say thank you. So let's do that and let's take care of them. Let's get them both over 3,000 coins, guys. And I think that'll be friggin' awesome of you. And we're going to go to a YouTube call. So that means I'm going to turn on the call in progress. All right. So what that means is, guys, we have a YouTube caller on the phone. Okay. Peaches nor Jeff are the caller. They're my friends. All right. Do not at them and say mean things. Okay. Don't do it. Appreciate you. With that being said, let's get into it. Hi, caller. Thank you so much for your patience. Are you a Trump supporter? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You may have lost them. They were on hold for like 30 minutes. So, I mean, watch the live, man. Caller, hi, are you there? Going once, going twice, and you call back. Don't you hate that when you stay on hold for a long time, and then as soon as you step away, they come back and then they hang up on you? That sucks. Got to be there. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop because it's time for the second meal.
Ooh, awesome.
I had a
Enjoy.
long day at work, which is why I needed an old man nap.
That makes
but now
sense.
I'm hungry.
Awesome.
But thank you for having me.
Of
I had a
course.
lot of fun.
Thank you as always, Jeff. It's always a pleasure. Make sure y'all are following Jeff. He's absolutely friggin' fantastic, and you are welcome anytime, friend.
You know it. And nice to meet you, Peaches.
You as well. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye,
See you,
all.
Jeff. Bye. Hey, Peaches, have you ever done a YouTube caller thing before?
Call from.
I just tune in. I listen to you do it while I'm working.
Press 1 to send a
Okay.
voicemail.
Let's see what happens. Hi, caller. Thank
Hello.
you so much for your patience earlier. Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes,
For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22? Okay. Do you reside in the United States?
Yes,
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what state?
what? I did not hear, sorry.
What state?
My state, Arizona.
Arizona? Okay. What time is it in Arizona?
My time,
Mm-hmm. Sure. There's that. Who waits on hold that long just to slur? That is weird. Anywho, tap the screen, share the live. This person really wants to debate peaches. So let me bring this person up who likely is going to slur also, but we'll see what happens. All right. I'm going to call you 3. 3, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
21.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
Multiple reasons. I mean, restoring the American dream through house reforming or empowering workers with financial independence.
Tell us more.
Well, if you look at the restoring the American dream through housing reform, if you look at the administration is tackling the house crisis by addressing both supplying and demand through Executive Order 14404, President Trump has restricted large institutional investors from buying
Hey, Parker.
single-family
Dean,
homes.
Dean, breathe. Dean, breathe. Breathe, goddammit. What's wrong with you, boy? You okay? Where do you think you are?
Yeah.
Calm down.
He's also ensuring that inventory remains actually available for families.
What's the name of it that you called it? What's the name of the policy?
The restoring of the American dream through housing reform, or Order 14404.
Okay. All right. So is this something that he has actually signed into law, so legislation, or is this just something that's currently an idea?
Well, actually, it's a little bit of both. This is an idea, but this is something he's currently working on.
Okay, so let's see here. They're trying to focus on reducing mortgage rates and cutting regulations to increase supply. You don't want to do that. That's going to end up leading to shoddy homes.
Do you also see that he helped afford?
Building homes is more so a localized issue because of zoning. Do you think the president can have any impact on that?
Actually, I do, because if you look in 2025, he helped a 4-year high mortgage affordability, helping over 1 million Americans secure homes in 2025 alone.
How? What did he do in 2025?
1 million. He helped over 1 million.
No, you said he helped
Americans
over
get
1
homes.
million. How did he help over 1 million people buy homes in 2025?
By reducing 4-year high mortgage affordability.
How did he reduce it? What did he do?
He cut federal red tape.
Okay, what was the federal red tape?
The Urban Development, or the HUD.
That's HUD. That's an agency. What are you talking about?
Yes, but the Department of Housing and Urban Development, that's how he cut the red tape.
What do you mean that's how he cut the red tape? What did he do there?
He simultaneously, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, he added aggressive cut federal tape leading to a 4-year high mortgage and affordability, and helping over 1 million Americans secure homes in 2025 alone.
Okay, so you saying that he cut the red tape, then what's the red tape? What did he do?
He helped over 1 million Americans.
If you don't know, you can look it up. I just want to know what he did. What was the policy?
Restoring them. It was Order 14404. That's what it was.
That's just an executive order, bro. All right. Tell us, what did that actually do? If you just say it cut the red tape. Okay.
Yes.
All right. What was the red tape?
Americans.
That's
helping
all I'm
over 1 million
you.
Americans.
No. The 1 million Americans aren't the red tape. I'm asking you, what was the red tape? I just want to try to understand. It's the red tape. It was cut. We know. All right. But what was the red tape? What was in the way of people being able to actually purchase homes?
What was the red tape?
Mm-hmm. You can look it up. It's okay.
I have to think on policies now, because I was back in. It was the executive order. I'm pretty sure of 394. Look that up. I'm pretty sure it's the executive order
14394.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
14394. Okay. There's no 14394 executive order. We have 14838, 14904.
Well, if you look at the On March 13th, it also talks about the executive order of 14394, specifically titling "Removing Regulatory Barriers
I got you. That was
to
my
Affordable Home
bad. My
Construction."
apologies.
You're all right.
Okay, so let's see here. He just signed this on March 13th of this year. That wasn't last year. You said he did it last year.
But last year, this year, it's been a constant going.
No, so last year is what you talked about when you said that it helped 1 million people buy a home. And you said that it was through cutting red tape. And what I'm asking you is, what is that red tape so that we can understand exactly what it is that he did? Because if you can't tell us what the red tape was that he cut last year in order to help 1 million people buy a home, all right, which you said was the highest in 4 years, then what we would need to be able to, well, what I would conclude then, I don't know what the chat will conclude or what Peaches will conclude. Mom Donnie, all right, sorry for that was late. But I'm going to conclude, all right, that Donald Trump actually didn't do anything to help people purchase homes in 2025, and that you're basically lending undue credit where it's not due. You're giving credit where it's not due, friend. All right. And that'll be that. I don't know. Just tell us something. I'm trying to work with you here. I'm being nice today. I am. I'm being really nice.
I also have another question. Why do you support Kamala or Biden or the?
Well, wait, before we go there, I have a question because I find it very difficult to engage. What state did you say you were in?
Illinois.
And I'm sorry. Who's your governor?
J.B. Pritzker.
I'm sorry?
J.B. Pritzker.
And were you able to vote for him in 2024?
No, because I didn't want to. I don't like J.B. Pritzker.
Who'd you vote for?
Nobody. Didn't like any of the parties of Illinois because you don't have to.
And you didn't vote for Trump then?
Yeah, I did.
You just said that you didn't vote.
I didn't vote for an Illinois. I voted for the president. Two different things. A governor and a president are two different things.
Really? I didn't know that. I'm just trying to figure out your consistency here. If you're going to be consistent with your argument.
Also, breathe just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. You are.
And how many senators do you have?
I'll repeat the question again.
How many senators do you have?
In Illinois?
Yes.
So how many senators do we have in Illinois?
Yes.
I look more on policies and acts. I'm not a huge Illinois because it's a Democratic state.
And
I don't really know
FYI, the governors did not run in 2024. They actually, the governor did not run in 2024. Actually, the Illinois governor runs every 4-year terms. He was elected in 2018, which means he was reelected in 2022, and so the next election would be actually in 2026. And these are the reasons I asked these questions.
Well, if you look at my answer, that's the thing of I did not vote. So what does that conclude to? That there was nothing to vote for.
You made that up after the fact, but you got it ex post facto. But go on. How many state senators do you have, son?
He didn't know.
I don't know the exact number. I don't really focus on the Democratic state I'm in. I'm more focused on president's policy.
You got it, buddy. Okay. All right. Were you able to find out what that red tape was?
Not exactly, almost, but I just had a question. You might not know the answer, and you don't have to give away the specific opinion.
So can we
Do
say
you,
that
do,
there wasn't anything that Donald Trump did in 2025 to help homeowners, or that you just don't know what it is that he did?
he cut down in the 4-year term of 1 million Americans. He helped over 1 million Americans through mortgage get homes. He helped over 1 million Americans get homes. That's what
But
he did in 2025
how? The thing is how.
by
All right.
by
So
by reducing the 4-year
if we
mortgage.
say that over 1 million veterans were able to start receiving disability payments, all right. If we say something such as that, all right, and we can say that happened during the Biden administration and continues on till today. All right, if you can say, how did he do that? We can say, oh, via the PACT Act. All right, the PACT Act actually made it so that veterans who were denied disability based off of the burning that they used to do, and then they used to burn the chemicals and whatnot in these little garbage cans in the 80s. All right, then that's how he did it, because he now allowed them to get disability benefits via the PACT Act. So that'll be the how. Right? And we can say that hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people, burn pits. Thank you, Grizzly. I could not think of it to save my life for a moment. Burn pits. All right. So then if we say, all right, the Inflation Reduction Act was able to create, hundreds of thousands of jobs all across the United States of America. Right? Then you would say, well, how did he do that? Well, it did that because it actually set up by working with state and local municipalities with setting up construction projects. Oh, it's Desert Storm. So I'm sorry, it was the early 90s that the burn pits happened. Okay, but that would be the how, and then the other how. You get what I'm saying? So you can't just say that they cut red tape without being able to say how. I'm just trying to help you. So that's all.
And that 1 million homeowners numbers isn't because the mortgage rates dropped and suddenly made housing affordable. It's a HUD statistic about people supported through loan programs, not proof that housing became easier to access. So in reality, affordability was still a major issue. Home sales were low and most people were still priced out. So it is very misleading for you to say that that was attributed to Donald Trump, because what you're actually referring to is that the Federal Housing Agency, Department of Housing and Urban Development, again, which is HUD, supported more than 1 million home buyers in 2025. So that's what you're referring to.
Before we continue this conversation,
No, first I need you to acknowledge what we just said.
I acknowledge what you just said because I was listening to you.
Bruh. What did Peachy just say?
She was talking about how it wasn't really Trump, but it was the lower cost. It was kind of a HUD kind of guesstimation almost. She was really talking on that. I can't go word for word.
Do you understand what it is that she said?
Well, I want to get more back on your term, but because I still, before I continue this conversation, because I tried to get on this and then we got off. I tried asking you if you supported Kamala. I tried asking you if you supported Biden, and then we got completely off track. I wanted to know what you support.
We weren't off track. We were still on the same track. We were talking about homes, and you talked about the fact that, Trump did a certain thing, and we simply just asked you the how, and you haven't been able to answer it. And so all I'm asking you is that, and Peach is countering what it is that you said. She refuted it, right? Do you understand? Because you summarized it, but do you understand it?
Some of it.
Some of it?
Clicking,
okay.
Not clicking. Okay. So I wanted to get back on this.
Clarification or no?
Sure, I'll take clarification. I'll take the information I can get. And the person in the comments saying I'm a fetus, I wouldn't be talking right now. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Peaches, would you like to provide clarification?
So here's the break. So homes were still expensive. Interest rates were still high. Many people were still priced out. Matter of fact, if you would like, I could speak in this vernacular. SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob
Bruh.
SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. My home is a pineapple.
It didn't really help more people buy houses. It's just the point. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to give it to you since you did ask for clarification. You got the clarification. All right. We'll move on. What's your question?
I wanted to know what side you support because there's some people that are Democratic or other ways you could put it that don't support some of the things. Do you support Kamala? Do you support Biden? Do you support the Biden and Harris administration? What do you support and how do you support it?
You want my honest answer? I did
Yes.
support Kamala Harris. Yes, most definitely. I supported Kamala Harris. I believe that Kamala Harris actually had some of the most progressive policy plans of any president. I like even more so than Joe Biden himself did for what it was that he was able to sign into legislation. So yes, I supported Kamala Harris.
Do you think she's a DEI vice president?
Do I think that Kamala Harris is a DEI vice president?
Yes.
What's a DEI vice president?
Repeat the question. I didn't hear you. My
What
headphones were off.
is a DEI vice president?
Well, DEI vice president, on the same term as Joe Biden said in his own words, he picked Kamala Harris as a vice president only because she was black. That was in his own words.
Where
Look
did
it
he
up.
say
It's
that?
a quote from Joe Biden. I don't know the exact year or time, but he said he only picked Kamala as a vice president because she was black. Look it up. That's a quote.
Are you sure this is the hill that you want to die on?
He said it himself.
Are you sure?
Look it up.
He didn't say that.
Look it up.
He said
He
he
said
would
it
pick a
himself.
woman. He said he would pick a woman as his vice president. He never identified race. Are you
Will
sure?
you look it up to me for clarification?
You can
Will you
look it up. Do you
clarification?
have a smartphone in your
Okay.
hand?
No, I have a smartphone, but it would log me off, but I'll sure look it up.
It won't log you off. You're just teacup because you can still hear us. This is sad. Anywho, chat, let's keep doing all of the good things while we listen to some hold music. He's gonna walk himself right into a fucking brick wall with this one. Hey, Peaches, guarantee you when he comes back, he's gonna pivot to Ketanji Brown Jackson. Just you wait.
Oh, yeah. And I've asked him what DEI means.
But hold music it is. Dun, 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 dun. All right.
Well, I just looked at it in 2020. It talked about him selecting a woman, and he was also pressured to select a black woman.
I'm sorry. You said that Joe Biden said out of his mouth
Yes, he
that
said
he would choose a black woman. So what's the quote?
In 2020, he said himself that he was pressured to select a woman and also a black woman
When
in
did he say
2020.
that? When?
2020.
You keep saying 2020, but when and where? Because he never
I
said
don't know
that.
when and I don't know when and where.
He didn't say that.
You
Where
have-
are you reading it from? What's your
I'm
source?
reading it from
Bruh.
BBC News.
BBC News? You have a
It's a real thing.
subscription to BBC?
No, you don't have to. You can. It's on the internet. It's free.
Do, 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 do. So You're saying in this BBC article, Joe Biden said that he felt pressured to choose a black woman as his running mate?
Yes.
Okay. Don't you love this, Peaches?
Sure. If you say I do. Guys, keep tapping that screen for me.
Okay.
We're at
So,
506K, Erica.
oh, awesome. You guys are friggin' awesome. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Keep doing all of the good things. Y'all are friggin' awesome. This is so much fun. Okay. So, what's the date on the article that you're reading from BBC?
August 12th, 2020.
All right. Is the headline happen? Biden VP pick, Kamala Harris chosen as running mate. Is that the headline? Thank you. We was kings.
Yes.
I've been neglecting YouTube. I'm sorry. Good grief. I'm sorry, tubers.
It is. Yes.
It is? Okay. All right. Great.
Yeah.
And pressured is the word that you used. You said pressured, right?
Yes, that's what it says in the article.
In this article right here?
That's what I have.
You sure? Okay, you say so.
Okay.
Okay, this is the article.
Yeah, you gotta look at the whole thing.
Okay, there we go. Did you just say I have to look at the whole thing?
That's what I read.
Just like you have to find out what red tape it was that Donald Trump cut?
Also, the DEI.
You wanna be clear about being a smart ass around here? Make sure you might want to be clear about being a smart ass. If you don't want to start nothing, don't start no shit, won't be no shit. I just want to let you know that, little boy. Okay, all right. So you see this in the top of the screen. I don't know if you can, but this is the bar, like the finder bar, all right? So you can search words, Control F, and I put the word pressured in there and didn't find anything. I have the word pressure in there and didn't find anything. I'm also putting the word press in there and didn't find anything. This person is doing too much. Here we go. There we go. Okay. So where does it say that she was pressured? Because we can read the entire article if you like. You want to read the whole article? Okay. No, you don't?
No, because it's a mix of different news stations called a summarize.
No, we're looking at BBC. You said this is a BBC article from August 12th of 2020. And I read off the title. I said, Biden VP pick, Kamala Harris chosen as running mate. This is the article that you said that it was. Right? Right? No? He leaked? Oh my God, he left.
They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? I mean skedaddle.
Bruh, he left. That's funny as hell to me. You know, okay, so Peaches, here, my friend, I want to tell you something. The reason why I didn't go into DEI with him, like, what's DEI and all that jazz, he doesn't know. He doesn't know much of anything. He only knows what the Google AI overview tells him, right? He doesn't know anything. Okay, so I wasn't about to do that. And then also, wasn't about to let him get his little racist rocks off. Like, come on, be serious. Be so friggin' serious. Like, bruh.
I understand. But I don't think he was even old enough anyway.
You don't think? Oh, probably not. That was probably a child. That's why there's no point in even getting upset with him. All right. This person has been begging to come up, right? So let's let this person up, Peaches. All right. And then talk to them. So here we go.
Hello?
There we go. Just so we could do that there. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. We made that easier on ourselves. Fuck yeah, I thought this was. Anywho, over to the tube. All right. Thank you so much, caller, for holding. I appreciate your patience for, wait, not for yet. Are you a Trump supporter? Uh-oh, not another one who left. Caller, you were holding. Now you're not speaking. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. All right, you can call back. Okay. Anywho. All right, keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing the live. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. I can't say that enough. I want to thank each and every last one of you for being here over on the TikToks and also over on the Tube. Y'all are friggin' awesome. So drop some hearts in the chat for yourselves. All right. And let's get into these phone calls. Also, I didn't want to say this today, but Black women's labor ain't free. So stop playing in our faces. All right. Show Peaches some love. I mean that. Thank you very, very much. The links are in the bio. Y'all are awesome. Everything's appreciated and most definitely accepted. Okay. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter? What was that? What was that?
Sound like one of those inflatable gas things, you know?
It was weird. Is what it was. Why does Ivan keep requesting and then dropping? Okay, so it was this number right here. Okay, great. Got it. That's wicked. They can't call anymore. Okay, all right. Anywho, Ivan, why do you keep requesting then dropping? It's weird. Stop doing that. It's just really weird. Anywho, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and request up. Get in the box. Make the... Oh, Trailer. Thank you, my friend, for the under control. Thank you, Trailer. Shout out to Trailer Swift, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat for Trailer. Oh, Trailer, I don't know if you were here the other day, but the dress did have pockets and it was tweed.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter? Oh, my God.
Yes.
Can you mute the stream in the background, please?
That's my TV. Do you want me to turn it off?
Yeah, muted.
Okay. Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Do I ask difficult questions?
Is that better?
No, because I can still hear it. You didn't. You just turned it down. You didn't turn it off. I can still hear it.
There's nothing in my room. I'm just...
You said you are a Trump supporter, and all right, for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 22 years of age.
Okay. All right. Why are you still supporting Trump?
Because I just, agree with his ideas. I feel like he's making the country better in, like, a lot of ways. I mean, some ways could be better. Like,
how?
Even just...
Why'd you hang up? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but y'all, guess what? Their grandpappies would be so disappointed in them. Just so disappointed. Their grandpappies would not stand for this. They are weak. Weak, I tell you. Weak. Makes no sense. Anywho, tap the screen, share the live, keep doing all of the good things. Also, let's go ahead and knock out the little crowns, all right? I was trying to get Ivan up here so I could say, we was Kangs, but he left. I don't know where he went to. I hope he found somebody to, I don't know. I don't know. I'm full of sunshine and rainbows today. I just want to let you all know that.
You are being very nice today, Erica.
Exactly. That's what I said. I said that. I said I'm being very nice today. Trying to hear people out and all that jazz is crazy work. Trump supporters,
How
request
are you?
to get in the box. You're the demographic of people we like to have a conversation with. Hi, Ahmed. Are you a
How
Trump
are you?
supporter?
السلام عليكم فرنجة غزالة من غزة يا أخت الله يكرمك يا رب.
Oh, I'm
أمانة
sorry, friend. I'm so sorry. My apologies. There we go. And I'm blocking numbers. There we go. Oh, I'm not medicated. What the hell? Not medicated in the least bit. I don't like how on Google you can block a call, but then like it still comes through. It's the weirdest thing ever. Thank you. We was Kangs. We was Kangs. And Kush. Tap the screen, share the live. Oh, you guys are friggin' awesome. We're already at over 550,000 likes. Fantastic. Let's keep tapping. All right. I'm gonna give it to the top of the hour and see what happens. Right. But do want to still, I'm going to talk about this as much as possible because it's still bothering me. It's still bothering me that like a lot of these Black conservatives simply aren't getting. Thank you, Zach, for the cake. Appreciate you. Is that they're not getting that this whole thing that the Supreme Court decided on last Wednesday with Louisiana versus Calais has nothing to do with the race of the candidate. It's about the power of the vote. All right, because we have to ask ourselves, why do they only want to split up the Black neighborhood? So splitting up the Black vote. Why aren't they splitting up the white vote? We have to ask ourselves that. Why do they only like come after our districts? We have to take a look at it. Anywho, caller, you're on the line. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, sort of. I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote, but I can kind of still show support. I kind of have a question, though, for you in general. What's your
For TikTok
perspective on
purposes,
supporting?
how old are you?
Oh, sorry, 40. So how do you feel in general about just standing behind the leader that you have assigned? Like, on a small scale, if you have a dad that's not perfect or a stepdad that's not perfect and you dislike many things about their decisions, disagreeing in the home, I understand disagreeing behind.
It's going to get awkward.
In private. I get you. But I'm just saying, how do you feel about the perspective we portray as a country when we show so much, discontent with our leader?
Oh, we show that we have a right to air out grievances against our president, against our government in general. And I didn't assign
sure.
Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, so I didn't assign him.
Yeah. I've always kind of been of the view that, come voting time, of course, support, what you believe in the most. But ultimately, we only get two choices anyway. And so kind of no matter what, you end up with a degree of decisions that you're not going to like. Whether
I'm sorry to interrupt. Hold for one moment, please.
Call from
Charles, hold for one moment, please. There's someone in front of you. Thank you. Okay. All right. You were saying?
So kind of no matter what president we get, and I am a little older, so I've seen a few presidents now, and we always have, lots of, support for one, and then they all make bad decisions. They all do things we dislike. On the big picture, do you believe we have a better option right now? Like, if you could take anybody and put them in the presidential seat right now, I mean, what choices do we really have for supporting our leaders? That, just school
Kamala
me because I'm not that political. Why?
Why? Because we wouldn't be at war with Iran right now. She predicted all of this. Like, legitimately, she predicted all of this. Everything that Donald Trump said about her on the campaign trail and even after has been a projection. He's been projecting on her. Every accusation pretty much was a confession from him. So there's that.
Yeah.
right? We would not have had a tariff war, all right, with the entire world. All right. We wouldn't
Yeah.
have India and Canada, along with Canada and China, making deals on the side. We wouldn't have Mexico and Canada
Mhm.
cutting the United States out of their trade route. All right. All because of a trade war. All right. So there's that part. We wouldn't basically be losing our allies right now if it weren't for Donald Trump. So a lot of the things that Donald Trump has done, all right, has actually weakened the United States of America on the world stage. We don't look weak right now. I mean, the Chancellor of Germany pretty much pointed out that the war that we're in right now wasn't well thought out, all right, and we lack a strategy. So there's that. I mean, they're laughing at Trump. They went and laughed at Kamala Harris.
Oh, they definitely laughed at Biden too, though, right?
When?
So it's kind of hard to come off of
When did they
that
laugh
in
at Biden?
general for the Democratic Party.
When did they
I
laugh
mean,
at
just
Biden?
collectively. I'm pretty sure collectively the whole world kind of thought he was not making the decisions at all, right? He was not really all there.
No, that'd be
He
you
wasn't
projecting
physically.
again. Where?
You think that's hold on? You think that's projection?
Yeah.
That Biden was definitely not looking healthy?
Yeah.
You think he looked healthy, strong, and
They
leading well?
actually they liked Biden. They respected Biden. So I'm very confused by this. Unless you
Yeah,
have something that
again,
shows otherwise.
I'm not big on following tons of politics, but for certain, there was lots of times he just didn't even seem to be coherent, right? I mean, that we all saw, those were real videos that we've seen online, right? The mumbo jumbo he would spew when he was talking, just was
It's
getting
the
older,
audacity
right?
for me. So
Right.
do you go ahead, Peaches. Good grief. What are we
I
doing
just
here?
have one question. So,
Yeah.
so your belief is we should just support whatever president is in office, right? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
To a degree. To a degree. I mean, you can word it a little more forcefully that way. I got you. It does sound bad when you term it that way, but you have two choices. It's either the one you like or the one you don't. And in most cases, you don't fully like the one you're choosing anyway. There's tons of things that, I mean, if you have a president that you fully 100% agree with everything they do and plan on doing, it kind of shows bias no matter what, right? It's almost impossible. Like, and the same way you guys probably feel about MAGA supporters at times, right? There's supporters like some of them young kids that are just caught up in the group think. You know, that kid from Illinois, you could just tell from as soon as he mentioned DEI, you knew what was coming, right? A lot of that just comes from these small towns in America. If you've been around a bit and really experienced all types of different parts of the country, you'll see that there's just support for no reason, just bias, just
Well, let me stop you there. So, when there are indicators that the president has already failed us from the first term, why should we openly support him when he's already given us clear examples on how he was not a good fit for the presidency? So, I don't think that we should be required to support a president who's already shown that he was not someone that was for all Americans. He only caters to one specific demographic of Americans, and that's the white wealthy Americans. So why should we support people or a president who does not support us and who is actively trying to suppress our votes and take us back to Jim Crow? Why? Tell me why. Why should we?
What don't I, again, I'm not very politically educated, ultimately our influence, you get one vote and I don't even get to do that, right? So personally, I don't, but why do you say so far as to say Jim Crow? You think is that intense, his bias or hatred, or do you think he would want that if he could wave a magic wand and make that happen? You think he would genuinely want that for the country?
Well, he's waving a magic wand. The magic wand is his ink pen in those executive orders. Like, when did you say,
Yeah.
no offense, but when did you say you got out? Because only someone hiding under a rock wouldn't see what he's doing to Black people specifically, Black and brown people.
Mhm. Yeah, so good point. I do kind of intentionally hide under a rock with some of this stuff, right? I don't really have any social medias. Only thing I do is, I got Facebook Marketplace so I can buy stuff. Like, I don't interact with any of that, for 15 years or so, right? And it's not because I was stopped up. I left. I'm born and raised Philadelphia. Left in my 20s. Went to Puerto Rico, and then there I really did detach from all this kind of stuff. Had a big what you're pointing out, in general, our country does function a lot with stepping on Black and brown people. That's a huge problem in the country, okay? Do you genuinely believe that Kamala Harris would have been able to navigate all 4 terms without agreeing to things that maybe she personally disagrees with, but the people in her party would have pushed her to make decisions that also stepped on Black and brown people? Maybe not to the same extent, but don't they always all make bad decisions? Because we had Obama for 8 years, right?
You speak of it
But
as
our
if we say
country as a
Kamala
whole.
Harris would be infallible. That is not true. So during a 4-year term as president, would she have made mistakes? Sure. Will they be as big of mistakes as Donald Trump has made? All right. And we can't even call them mistakes,
Right.
can we? Because they were purposely done. Like, he did this shit on purpose, and he likely do it again. Like when he authorized ICE to have a policy of no tolerance. All right. When he was okay with the acting ICE Deputy Secretary Todd Lyon to send out a memo saying that they didn't need judicial warrants to enter into a person's home. That's not true. That's simply not true. But he allowed it. He allowed it when he condoned the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good. When he did that, when he called them both domestic terrorists. I want us to think I want us to think about those things. All right. Again, when he started a tariff war, all right, with the entire world, and we started to see markets fall. Right? When we started to see, do you remember that in April? Okay. All right. So like all of these things that Donald Trump has done, when Donald Trump got in front of a television, all right, a TV camera, and told us that they obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, but then told us 6 months later that we had to bomb them again because, they were going to have a nuclear weapon. So in 6 months or so, they rebuild their entire nuclear program. Let's be very, very serious. Let's be very serious. All right. Those are mistakes that Kamala Harris, all right, as an educated, intelligent person, all right, a person who has political know-how, a person who has experience in both the judicial and the legislative branches of government. So she understands policy, how to create policy, and also how to advocate for and get policy into law. I don't believe at any point that she would have made, all right, the mistakes that Donald Trump has made.
Yeah, those when you label as mistakes, right? Some other people are going to label as good decisions, right? And that's going to happen with every president. I don't think we've had one
That wasn't the
hasn't
point,
been.
though. The point is whether or not she was going to make mistakes. And I said, I don't think she would have made the same type of mistakes that Donald Trump has made.
She
But
would
I
have
do
made
want to show
right. She
you
would have made
something,
different ones,
though,
right?
and you might not hear it or see it. You'll hear it, but you won't see it. But I think this is
Why do you say
pretty
that?
awesome
Prince
Go
Harry
ahead.
today
because
has
you're
said
Show
that
me.
he would
on the
like to see you
phone.
do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make
Say
those
that
comments?
you wanted to show
Let's
me
see
what now?
here.
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
Trump falling asleep.
How's his wife?
I hate when he does that. Do you remember when he fell asleep? Do you
No,
recall?
I don't. Again,
You
I
don't
watch
remember
this
when he
stuff
fell asleep?
loosely.
You don't
No,
remember
I
when he
didn't
fell
even know
asleep?
about that. First time I heard of it. I'll look it
No, the
up.
first time in the first year, like last year of his so the first term of his second the first year of his second term, Jesus Christ, he fell asleep when he was meeting with the, I believe it was the Saudis. It was either Saudis or UAE president. He was meeting with them and he fell asleep. And then he fell asleep at a cabinet meeting. And most recently, he fell asleep at another cabinet meeting to the point where he actually woke himself up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you.
So
I
if
feel
you,
you.
hold
Maybe,
on, if you're not following, if you're not following Trump, right? Then how is it that you know what it is that you know? I just want to understand that.
Well, what I know is that he's going to continue to be president for a few more years, right? What I know is that he's about money, right? I think that's why a lot of people vote for him, even in our community, right? This is why they choose, there's tons of support from Black people for Trump, right? As a city boy originally, it's like that in the city, right? They certain characters they support and
You're
like
Black?
because they're about money. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm
Puerto Rican.
But I'm from the city, right? So
Puerto
if you
Rican's
look at
not a
Philadelphia's
race.
demographic, if you look at Philadelphia's demographic, it's, we are a community there, right? So you can call it whatever color you want. We are all
No,
the
it's how you
minority there.
present. So are you Afro or do you present as a white person? So are you like Afro Latino or are you, a white Latino?
I mean, I couldn't give you that
You could be
distinguishment, right?
indigenous.
My blood is my blood. I'm Taino, but
Oh, then
blood,
you're
right? I'm
indigenous
Boricua.
then. Okay. All right. So there we go.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right.
Which,
And so when
which again,
Peaches says,
my
I want to finish.
so
When
I mean,
Peaches
with that,
says,
you
hold
know,
on one moment.
that's our.
Well, you're
Go
a
ahead, my bad.
felon. All right. What state did you have your crime? Did you commit your crime in?
Philly, Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, you can get your voting rights back.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Florida now, and I actually just moved here from Mississippi.
But in Florida, you also can
before
get
that,
voting
from
rights
Puerto
back
Rico.
too. But you can get your
Yeah, I
voting rights
probably
back.
can. Yeah, and I look forward to it. I just moved here about a month ago, and I just moved from Mississippi, and I'm actually working in Texas right now on the data center over there, which is a whole other part of our
destroying the
country right now,
environment.
and there's that perspective. I mean, I would love to touch on that a little bit if you want to talk
I don't
about
really care to.
technology.
I don't really care to because you actually dismissed something that Peaches said earlier. And yes, Donald Trump is trying to take it back to the days of Jim Crow. All right. Because just last Wednesday, the Supreme Court, all right, a majority conservative leaning court that Donald Trump was able to curate himself by appointing 3 judges during his first term, voted to pretty much do away with the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. All right. So with the Voting Rights Act, are you familiar with it? No, you're not. You just said
you're
which
about
is.
to tell me. It sounds like.
Okay.
Tell me about it. Because there's a lot.
It
I mean, I think
protects
there's
our
more
voting
people
rights
like
and
me
also guarantees equal representation is what it is. And the Supreme Court pretty much said in Alito's, actually this was in Clarence Thomas's opinion, all right, majority opinion, that it should have never guaranteed equal representation. Why is it that we can't have representation, equal representation? All right. Are you familiar?
Equal representation in what sense? What are we referring to? Equal what?
As an electorate, so in government.
So you mean as far as how many electoral votes per the population?
We're not talking about the electoral votes. We're talking about who gets to represent us in Congress.
As far as numbers, as far as color, as far as what equality is being taken away.
As far as the numbers go, it's not about the race of the candidate. It's about who the candidate, all right, how much power their vote holds. Hold for one moment, please. Hold for one moment, please. Peaches?
I don't know why my patience is much shorter than yours today, because has he named a policy yet?
No, he ain't named a policy. And then also it's like they just have so like it's like they have so much energy, right? For like supporting Trump, whether they can vote for him or not, but then they don't know anything about what Donald Trump is doing if it doesn't involve currency. It's like Donald Trump literally could give these people $1 million and they will sell their fucking rights away. They will exchange it. Trump will like, here's $1 million. Let me take your rights from you. So annoying. I'm aggravated. I'm trying, Peaches. I'm trying. I'm going to try to explain it to him, and then we're just going to have to see what happens. All right. Thank you so much for holding. Okay. All right. So, okay. So it's not about the race of the candidate. Okay. All right. It is more so going to be about the party affiliation, because typically what we have is with Republicans, we have a more so conservative ideology. All right. Where we've seen that they more so want to strip rights away from people, rights and civil liberties. All right. Control what it is that people can do with their bodies, so on and so forth. All right. Also, they typically have policies of higher taxes, so on and so forth. Whereas with the Democrats, we would say that they have the Democratic Party, there's more so of a progressive ideology. And that progressive ideology actually typically leads to the attainment of rights for people. All right. So people gain rights under Democrats. All right. We can even look to the Civil Rights Act. All right, as one of those. All right, so the Civil Rights Act and even the Voting Rights Act. Would you say that those are two pieces of legislation that was pushed through by the Democratic Party, all right, that still impact us over 60 years later?
I'm assuming the answer is yes, based on the way you asked me. It sounds Civil Rights Act for sure, and I'm
know
assuming
that you're not white, right?
Okay. I do. I do.
Right. Okay.
Again, and I'll give you check again. I'm Puerto Rican, born and raised Philadelphia.
I
Lived
know. You told me
there
already.
till my 20s.
You don't have to
Did
tell me
Puerto
again.
Rico for some years.
You've already told me,
check
and
it
I
out.
know. I know. You already told us that. Okay. So the Civil Rights Act also, like, okay, it got rid of Jim Crow for you too. I just want to let you know that. It got rid of Jim Crow for you too. Bruh. All right. So with that being said, okay, all right, the Civil Rights Act still impacts us today. No matter how I ask the question, it impacts us. It impacts us. Oh, okay. Wowzers.
What do you fear is going to change with that decision?
Please continue to listen. Okay. So what the Supreme Court did was, all right, is they essentially have made it so that states can claim partisan gerrymandering, which is allowed, when in fact it is actually racial gerrymandering, which is not allowed. And the way in which they've done this is that they have reversed it back to, in order to prove a claim of racial gerrymandering, all right, you would have to prove intent over the outcome. So the outcomes no longer matter. It's about the intent. How do you prove intent? Okay. So what that means is, all right, if you have a district, right, a district is what your House of Representative represents. All right. This is how you get to.
And I understand gerrymandering really well.
Okay, fantastic.
So I get.
So what if you understand gerrymandering really well, then you can understand how they're going to dilute the black vote, because we're already seeing that with Louisiana.
Yeah. And I mean, I
shouldn't even say black. I should just say minority vote.
Minority, yeah. Which in Louisiana, it's pretty mixed up, which is an interesting place to do that in general, because you'll have like in Philly, the New Orleans area at least, you have a lot of white people that are from those areas that are more like us than anything else. So I mean, you have to kind of see what the result is there. But I understand what you're saying. The
We don't
intent.
have to
I
see
mean,
what
that
the result
gerrymandering in
is
general.
there. We have to see what
I
the
mean, it's messed
result
up in
is
general,
there.
though, right?
No, we don't have to.
But no
We know
matter
what the
who you're,
result is going to be. What do you mean we would have to see what the result is going to be? We know what the result is going to be. All right. If you come from a
well, I mean,
majority minority
there's
district, right, that
yeah.
doesn't mean that it's all minorities and everyone is voting Democrat. No, that's not how that works. All right. It means there's still white folks in there because in every district, you're going to have a person that's running on the Democratic ticket. You're going to have a person that's running on the Republican ticket and maybe even other party tickets, right? So there's
Yeah,
that part,
but see, but
right?
then,
And they're going to take, I'm not finished, please. They're going to take these districts, these majority minority districts, and they're going to split them up. And they're going to put, let's say, 20% over here in District 1, 20% in District 2, another 20 in District 3, and another 20 in District 4. And then they'll just leave District 5 with 20%, all right, what they're going to call the Democratic vote, and 80% is a Republican vote. So if you have all of these districts, all right, where the minority, all right, is the Democratic vote and the majority is the Republican vote, all right, then how do the people who vote Democratic get a Democratic representative in office? How do they do it?
I mean, I feel you. I feel you. But gerrymandering is part of the game, no matter what, right? I mean, if the Democrats had the presidential office right now, they would be gerrymandering the other way, right? Whether it's race, whatever it is, the goal is to get more power to your party, no matter who's in office. And when it was Biden, I'm sure there was plenty of gerrymandering that worked the other way around. And it can happen on your governor levels. I think it can happen at government, state levels and, all levels
You don't know what
of politics.
gerrymandering is.
Yeah,
That's
I
not how
do. It's redistricting
gerrymandering
so that
works.
you can get.
Gerrymandering literally is for districts and it's only for the House of Representatives.
Mhm.
All right. It's
Okay,
not
but
it's
I
not
mean,
for statewide elections like the governor, all right, or senators.
no, what I'm saying.
It's for
hmm
the
I mean,
House of
well, it
Representatives.
doesn't. Does it not happen at the city level as well? I mean, for your councilmen and stuff, they can redistrict the city where you're voting for. Well, I mean, even I mean, I get what you're saying, but regardless of how we cut it up, it's still gonna happen. Both parties are gonna always try to redistrict to move boundaries to get the
Hey
votes
Swan.
in their favor.
Go on. We're
Correct?
listening.
I mean, agree or disagree that all parties gerrymander to some degree? Would you agree or disagree?
Sure. What's the relevancy?
Well, just saying. I mean, you have a strong point that's what
Because
that if it's wrong, it feels wrong when you're on the losing side of gerrymandering, right? Don't matter what side you're on. When the other party's doing it and it works
when
against
there's
your party,
when there's historical, all right, when there's historical context here to be put into place, all right, then
yeah,
the whole point
I
in
feel you.
what you're saying, all right, it just sounds like you're trying to justify gerrymandering when we know, all right, that gerrymandering has really been for, all right, suppressing and to
Mhm.
the disadvantage of minority people, specifically Black people.
Historically, yes.
Yeah, and it's still
Historically, yes,
continuing
for sure.
today because of the simple fact,
Mhm.
right? In Louisiana, they have those 6 districts, 2 of them being majority minority districts, all right? 2 being minority
Mhm.
majority, right? In one of those districts, they were able to elect, all right, a Democratic House of Representative. All right, his name is Cleo. I never can remember his last name. I think the last name is Fields, maybe. All right, but they were able
Mhm.
to do that, and that pissed a lot of people off. It pissed a lot of people off.
Mhm.
All right. So if they didn't have any problem with it and it wasn't about race, right? Then why not just keep the districts as they are? Why did the state of Louisiana immediately after this decision file to change their maps?
I mean, it's the game of politics. I feel you. Like you win some, you lose some.
You keep talking
Right?
about it's a game of politics, but no, I'm trying to explain to you. Thank you so much, Swan, for the match drum, and thank you all. Hey, Hector. Oh, I saw it in the chat. Hi, Hector Raid. And you guys did good today. You said Hector Raid and not the other thing. I appreciate you all. Y'all not new here, so just do all of the good things, guys. I appreciate each and every last one of you. And just for Hector, we was Kangs. There we go. Oh, all right. Draw some hearts in the chat for the Hector Raid, y'all. Okay. What I'm trying to get across to you, all right, is that the black vote is being diluted, okay? That means that it does not hold power, all right? It doesn't hold power, okay?
What percentage of our country is black votes? What percentage of the vote would you consider black? As a whole. When we talk about majority, minority, right? Because that's the one thing
you understand
there's lots of
that this
minorities
is
here, right?
about districts and not about statewide elections. This is about districts. At this point, because I'm trying to be nice today. I really am. I really am trying to be nice today. I know you laugh, but I'm being very serious. I really am trying to exercise patience and control with people, especially people who are hell bent on misunderstanding. So yeah. So what I would say to that question that you just asked is that I'm actually glad that you can't vote because you're fucking stupid. All right, you're absolutely dumb as fuck. Like, get off my phone. Just dumb. I'm sorry. He's stupid.
And guys, keep tapping that screen. We're at 727K likes. About time, Erica. About time. I appreciate you. Guys, show Erica some love. She was so gracious. And she has been for the last 2 hours. I mean,
what was that?
I thought I had patience of Job. But today, I'm proud of Erica. But at that moment, I would have dropped him about 20 minutes ago. But tap the screen. We're almost at that 1 million. Show us some love, everybody.
Tap the screen, share the live, guys. I'm actually going to change this. I need some butterflies. This better not be the same person.
Call from.
Sir, please go find your nearest cliff and practice the arts. The flipping arts. Please. Okay, I have to do a mod thing. All right. Let me see. Oh, did I miss Mr. Mike's? Oh, no, I did not. Okay. All right. Thank you, Brianna, for the $10. Brianna said, I'm going to speak on behalf of us Puerto Ricans and say we do not claim him. Also, Black women's work isn't free. And I love the women. I love the woman with the microphone. Shout out to me. I am a woman with a microphone. Thank you very, very much, Brianna. All right. And also Peaches. Peaches is a woman with a microphone. Oh, my God. Thank you for the colorful wings. Those are the butterfly wings. I love those. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat, y'all. I feel like I missed something from somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Call from.
Mario.
To accept.
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 42.
Okay, all right. And why are you still supporting Trump?
I said I was a supporter. Kind of falling off that train because I had some questions for him. You know, and one of my biggest questions is, you know, he ran on his presidency that he wanted to drain the swamp, right? So my take is, this whole Epstein thing, you need to let it go by the wayside. You want to run on your promises. Here's your opportunity. You could drain the whole damn swamp. Where is it?
Trump is a swamp. He was a swamp in his first term. He's still the swamp.
Listen, I look at the man for certain accomplishments that he can make and what he can do. Problem is he just talks too much. And that's
Yeah.
my issue with him. He talks too much. He can do great things, but he just talks too much. He's got to be the biggest narcissist on the planet.
You voted for him. He was
And
a narcissist in
yeah,
2015 when he came down the escalator.
yeah. Listen, he is, but that can be good in regards to business. But now it's this and the mindset where it's just taking everything. And I'm
Wait a
also a Christian, so the second part of it is now he has depictions of him as Christ, so he's completely lost me. I'm done with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So the next step would be not voting for people who support Donald Trump in the
You know,
midterms.
I just don't. He loses me in that aspect. That he wants to drain the swamp, didn't do it.
Yeah, he's
And
not
this whole
draining the
Christ
swamp.
thing that completely lost me.
He's filling up the
I can
swamp.
deal with some things, but those two things,
Mm-hmm.
drain the swamp, baby. Let's go. You got the Epsom list. Drain
Yeah.
it. Drain the whole damn thing.
Yeah, he's not going to do that because he's in the fouls.
No.
But you know
Exactly.
what? WU for not supporting Trump anymore. All right. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day, Mario. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, God bless you. Thank you.
I'm hungry. That's what it is. Is it? I don't know if that's it or not. I do know that I'm going to cook dinner. But, this is, I'm not your fucking therapist. I'm not a fucking therapist, okay? Jesus Christ, flattery fucking sayings. I'm not a fucking therapist. I don't get paid enough for that. That's all I want to say about that. What are we doing here? Yeah, like he's not. He was like he's gonna drain the swamp. No, he's not. He never was. He never was gonna do that. Like, we knew that in his first term. What are we doing? That
Call
part.
from
Chris.
I always get excited when a Chris calls in. I'm like, Chris, is this you? Hi, Chris. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, I wouldn't say necessarily I'm a Trump supporter, but I really feel like every other party is just worse in like every other aspect. So in a sense, I am.
For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
21.
Okay, so what have the Republican Party, what has the Republican Party given to American people in, let's say, the last
It's not necessarily
40 years?
what has
I
the
don't know.
Republican Party done. It's more what the Democratic Party has done. The Democratic Party has done like these pushes towards these like really mentally ill, like liberal pushes. I really don't like. You've really seen that in Biden's stuff, and Kamala hasn't said anything about that. It's just semantics, but it's
How
the same
is it
thing.
semantics when pronouncing someone's name? How is that semantics?
Because like you're not addressing
Like
my
if your
point. You're
name
just,
is
like,
Gary,
pointing out how to pronounce
right? If your name is Gary and someone keeps calling you Jerry, or hey, your name is Chris, all right, and someone keeps calling you Piss, right? How is that semantics? How is that semantics?
Well, it's like I address a point.
That's not some.
I
That's
make a point,
not.
and then you
That's
point
not
out how to
semantics,
pronounce
though,
it.
friend.
That's exactly
That's
what
not
semantics is.
semantics. All right, semantics
That
would
is
be
exactly
like
what semantics
arguing over the meaning of a word. All right, not the pronunciation of a word. Okay. All right, you say
That
people's
is also
names
semantics,
correctly.
but
If
you
you
just
can't
didn't address
say
my
their
point.
names correctly, all right, then I know that you can say Harris. You can just say Miss
What,
Harris. It's easy,
wait.
I promise.
Kamala? Wait, how do you pronounce it?
You can say Harris.
Harris? Okay.
Are
Well,
you
hey,
having a
I really
hard
don't
time
think
saying
Harris-
Harris? If you're having a hard
Harris?
time
No, I
saying
never said-
Harris, then you may have a speech impediment, and I suggest that you actually go get that looked at. Because then we think that there's a problem going on there.
Is there something wrong with having a speech impediment?
No, there's nothing wrong with having a speech impediment. I'm just saying if you can't pronounce Harris, then by all means, go get that looked into.
Okay, so what's wrong with people in society having a speech impediment? Why not just deal with a speech impediment?
I don't recall saying anything wrong with people having a speech impediment. Are you projecting?
But you're saying that they should have it checked out.
Are you projecting?
I mean, like,
Are you
I feel like it'd be more
projecting? Do you
based,
think that there's
or
something
it would be
wrong
more
with
funny
it?
if you just said, hey, if you say, I think it's more honest, and I think it's better if you just say you don't like people with speech impediments than if
No,
you
I
just,
don't like when
say, "Oh, you should
people.
go
I
check
don't
it
like
out
when
at the
people
doctor."
purposely mispronounce someone's name. It is a
I honestly did
microaggression. So
not
there's that.
purposefully
I'm sorry.
a
Kamala Harris has
microaggression.
been in the spotlight since she became a senator. Okay. She's been around for a long time, and she has told people
So do you know how to
multiple
pronounce every
times,
single senator out
multiple
there?
occasions on how to pronounce her name. All right. You Trump
Okay, well, I don't sit
supporters,
down
I'm
and
not finished
watch.
talking, young man. I'm not finished talking. Thank you.
I
You Trump
haven't addressed my
supporters
point at all.
have
You're
this
just
thing that
yapping.
you all like to do, all right, where you think it's funny to mispronounce her name for some reason. Her name isn't tough.
It's
Her
genuinely
name
not
isn't
that at
tough.
all. It's just genuinely not that at
Yeah.
all.
What was the name of the Terminator then?
The term. Do you want me to say it on stream?
Sure. Go ahead. What was the name of the Terminator?
Arnold.
Arnold what?
Why do you want me?
Arnold what?
What
Say
is
it. Arnold what?
What is this game you're playing?
Arnold
What is
what?
this game you're playing? Are you gonna address any like
Arnold
political points at all,
what?
or you're just gonna like
Nah, this is the hill
argue
that you
about
wanted
like
to die
names?
on, so I'm gonna kill you on it. All right, Arnold
What
what? Arnold what?
You're pushing for this like name push. Like what?
What Arnold what? I thought it was just
I feel like
semantics.
what happened here is I made a good point, and
You
then you
didn't
just
make a
decided
good
to
point.
just
You
drop
said
it off
something about the
completely.
Democratic Party and mentally ill, and then that's all you
Yeah.
said. You didn't make a good
Yeah,
point.
Democratic Party pushes for mental illness. Yeah, that's a big
What
thing.
mental illness?
Just for example, just like do you believe in transracialism? Like, honest question. Or transableism?
Did you just
Like
come
saying
up
that like,
here
hey,
to
I'm a cripple,
actually no, did you
not on
just
purpose?
come up here and actually just like to be transphobic? Is that what you did? Is that what you
Okay,
did?
so not supporting racialism
Is that what
is
you did?
transphobic?
Is it you just called up here because you wanted to talk about trans people, right? Is that what you
Transracial
did?
people? It's not just trans people. It's just like I think the entirety of it all. It's being able to support things that you shouldn't support. I really don't appreciate, and you can really see
Being
that in our
able
public
to
schooling how
support
it's
things
affected.
that you shouldn't support. That's what you just said.
Yep.
What does that mean? Being
Yep.
able to support things that you shouldn't support. All right. So you want
Like
to be
I
able to
really
tell
do
people
think
what
that
to
we should
do?
stick with two. We should stick with two genders in a society. That's not just like I'm sorry. That's not like a transphobic thing. I genuinely don't mind. I really don't consider myself a transphobe because I have plenty of trans friends. It's just a
You just
political thing. If you
tokenize
want
your
to talk about
trans
politics, I'm
friends.
gonna talk about
You
politics.
just tokenize your trans friends. Like you having trans friends somehow, some way absolves you of being
No, because
transphobic.
they don't mind that. It's
That
more
doesn't
about
make
the
any
point.
sense
You
what
know
you
what I mean?
just
If
said.
you
I
want to
just want
talk
to let you
about
know that.
politics, you're gonna talk about politics. You know
This
what I
isn't
mean?
politics though. Someone's existence shouldn't be
It is
political.
that is exactly.
Yet people like
That
you
is
make it so.
politics.
So there's that part.
It's but it's when you
No,
start
people
putting
like
stuff
you
into
do
the
make
White
it
House,
so.
like removing gender.
People like you are the
No,
ones
it's
who
when you
think that you
start
can
removing
dictate via
genders
legislation
from
someone else's
licensing and
life.
from the White House.
So
That is
there's
political.
that.
That is inherently political. Biden
There's
pushes for
that.
things that are really progressive, and I just don't like that. And again, I'm not a
Then
big
leave
fan
the
of Trump
country
either.
then.
Hey, if you want to make arguments,
Leave the country. Get out of here. Fuck.
these points are really weak. I don't think you can make like
No, your
you
points
need to
are
argue back with ideas.
actually weak. All right, because here's the
You
thing.
haven't
You
haven't
think
made
that
a
someone's
counterpoint. You just said,
existence
"Oh, this
is
is a
debatable,
microaggression. This is
is what it
transphobic."
is. You think
I
that
never said
someone's existence
okay.
is debatable. You called, all
It's
right,
not
you
about
said that the
that. It really
Democratic
isn't about
Party
that.
is pushing mental illness. And you tried to
Is
go
that wrong?
into people identifying as like transracial, few and far in between.
Yeah.
Also, another thing,
You don't think
all
that's
right,
you
that
really think
isn't
that's
even
normal?
something that would actually be recognized. But then also another thing is that being trans, like being a trans person, is not a mental illness. So there's that part.
Okay. So if somebody walks up
with
to
you
you and they
saying
say,
all of
"Hey,
these things,
if you
you
don't
just want to
refer
talk
to me as
about
a
other
crippled
people's
person, I'm gonna
genitals
kill
for some
myself,"
reason
that's
or
not mentally ill.
another. And I have made a decision that while being nice, that I get to choose the things that I want to talk about. Because I have that choice, right?
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you
Okay.
make the point. Yeah,
I
go
do.
ahead.
I
Make your
do.
point.
I have that choice, right? Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So let me see here. What do I want to do? Let's see.
He's saying, I don't hate you. Right. I just hate all of the choices that you make. Because those are the choices that bitch ass niggas make. Mm-hmm. That's all. So,
That's all. It's on the
Tap, tap,
screen,
tap the screen,
DKD. I'm
everybody.
sorry, Peaches. It's on the screen, DKD. We're going to watch you decline this. You zero follower, zero following having ass bitch. Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. There we go. Anywho, tap the screen, share the live, do all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. All right. We have about 20 minutes to go, and then we'll go from there. That's not a bot. It's not a bot. That is a person, all right, who has been stalking for almost a year now. They're a weirdo, is what they are. Guys, keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live, keep doing all of the good things. All right. I think I might be entering into the hangry territory. So there's that part. Also, I do get to pick and choose who I talk to. So there's that. Thank you, Tart, for the Starlight Scepter. That is really pretty. Thank you. I do. Which is pretty awesome for me. You know, I told my mom earlier, I said, I'm tired of like weird ass men calling in. All right. So because I'm tired of weird men calling in, then I'm going to be setting some boundaries. And I forgot to set those boundaries today. So we'll try again on Wednesday when I come back. But yeah. And I have to find like a countdown clock is what I need to find. I don't know why this person thinks that they're going to get to call back today. Like, sir, please go find you some business. Go on now and get. There's that part. Peaches, do you care how other people identify? I really don't give a rat's ass how other people identify.
Not two shits.
I just don't care.
I could care less.
I don't care how other people identify. I really don't care. If you want to be a fucking straw, be a straw. I don't care. I really don't care.
You know what I care more about, Erica?
What's that?
Since America cares more about animals than they do humans, I want them to tell me how to get my 2 male dogs to stop humping each other before I care about them telling me who should be able to identify as a man or a woman. Like
that
right now.
Part.
Like, yeah, can anybody give me any advice?
No, put shock. I don't know what you can do to them. I don't know what you can do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to make that stop. I don't have the answer, Sway. What I do have, though, all right, is I want butterfly. I have a need for butterflies. So I'm trying to find one, but I can't. So I'm going to go back to this one because I like this one. And this is the prettiest of them all. I like the wings. I really do. But this one right here is like just friggin' awesome. So we'll see. And again, here's the thing, right? White people, all right, white people, all right, they have made everyone's existence political except for their own. I just want to say, and specifically white men. All right, I am now officially on my soapbox. I don't give a fuck anymore, okay? I tried it. I was nice for 3 hours and 45 minutes, okay? 3 hours and 45 minutes, I was nice. But think about it. They have made everyone's existence political. There have been legislation on the books to either get rid of laws that they put into place, so to remove laws that they put into place to derog or control and restrain other demographics of people, all right? That's what they've done. Or they created laws, right, to control and constrain other people. I really want people to understand that. White men have done that, all right? They're the fucking ones who did that shit, right? 3/5 compromise. 3/5 compromise, all right? Not even recognizing black folks as darn gone humans. I want y'all to understand that, right? A fraction, Not even having your full darn gone humanity, but as a fraction of a person. And whether you all like it or not, the 3/5 compromise is still in place. I want you all to understand that. It is still in fucking place. Because in a place like Louisiana, where it once took one black vote to equal that, I'm sorry, we have it wrong, all right? It once took, right? It once took like 3 black votes to equal the voting power of 1 white vote. It now takes 5 black votes, 5 black votes to equal that of 1 white vote. That's what they've done. All right. Like, black people didn't just have the right to vote. No. People had to die for it. They had to die for it. Even with the suffrage movement, right? Women didn't just have the right to vote, all right? They had to die for it. They had to march for it. They had to fight for it in order to get it. I want y'all to think about that. And then we actually had to have legislation in place under the Voting Rights Act, all right, that made it so that says you can't discriminate against black folks. You can't suppress the black vote. But then they do shit like they put into to place policies into place like voter ID laws. Like in North Carolina, they had a voter ID requirement, all right, where in order to actually establish this voter ID requirement, all right, what they did is they actually looked into the data, all right, on what type of IDs do black people have? The fuck are we doing here? What type of ID are black people least likely to have? And let's go with that one. Fucking think about that. Like, come on. Think about that. What the fuck are we even doing here? Right? That one got struck down, thankfully, right? Because it was blatant. It was blatant. It was blatantly racist. This voter ID law that they had created in North Carolina. Right? What about when it's not blatantly racist? Like when the president of the United States of America calls DEIA policies woke. What about that? What happens when it's not so blatant, when he just calls it woke? What the fuck does woke even mean? What does it mean? I know what it means. I know what we originally meant for it to mean. Simply meant to be aware. Just be aware. Black folks, if you know, you know. What the fuck does woke mean, though? Think about that. And then he comes in and he says that he is shrinking the government. He's shrinking the government. Wow. He laid off hundreds of thousands of people. All right, a great number of them, black folks, right? He did that because he's shrinking the size of the government. Yet, he was using a National Guard, all right, to go into cities and, patrol the streets. He was doing that. He was ordering a National Guard from other states to go into states, right? He was doing that. So basically, going against the 10th Amendment, because fuck what Gavin Newsom wants for his state, right? Fuck the 10th Amendment. Here we are. Right? Then he also uses ICE as his own little paramilitary force and has ICE patrolling the street, harassing protesters, telling people that they can't protest, telling people that they, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you shouldn't do that when it comes to having a weapon on you in a concealed carry state. I want y'all to think about that. Think about it. I don't have any mods. I'm sorry, I don't have any mods. Not on TikTok anyways. I don't know why I just muted that person. I don't know. What are we even doing for mods? What do we need mods for, Christina? Hey, a bitch named Hannah. I like seeing your name. Your name is fun, a bitch named Hannah. Okay. Anywho, I got 9 minutes before I'm gonna head up out of here. Wait, I always have
Yeah.
bots.
Well, Eric, I love you to death. I'm
Anybody
going to
want to
head
start?
out as well. In about 20 minutes or so.
Oh, I'm gonna be off by
But
then. I'm getting off like strictly at 6. Gosh darn it, Peaches.
oh,
So,
yeah,
senorita.
it's okay, well I'll go ahead and get started. But it's 7:46 where I am.
Okay.
But please make sure any Black woman that is on here that follow me or Erica, we are having a Zoom meeting. Oh, Erica, is it okay that I bring that up?
It's fine. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Having a Zoom meeting about galvanizing. If you click on my profile, go to my last video that I posted and put galvanize in the chat. We are vetting people to make sure that they are 92%er. The first meeting is specifically for Black women only. The next one will be for allies. But this is a crucial time for us. So if you all are interested in joining this Zoom, we can have up to 1,000 people included in the Zoom, and I look forward to it. And you can get details after we vetted you. But I appreciate you,
I'm checking
Erica, for
ID at the
always
door.
in your space. I really, really do. Right. We got people actually doing that already. But you just make sure you focus on what I asked, of you, and bring your A game like you always do.
Will do. Thank you, Peaches. I
All right.
appreciate
Thank you so much.
All right. Text me when you
All
go
right.
live.
Bye-bye. Okay, I will.
Make sure you guys are following Peaches and draw some hearts in the chat for Peaches, y'all. Oh, I think I got 2 quick things. Thank you, Mr. Melvin, for the $5 super chat. I knew I had missed one. Mr. Melvin, thank you. You said just because you have friends doesn't mean that you can dictate their existence, period. By the way, oh, yes, I did. And what I'm going for is I'm taking out the main word, right? Taking out the main word, and because it's a woman with a microphone. It's a woman with a microphone. But the fro part, I do like. I thought I saw another one. I don't want to miss anything. I think I did. Okay, shout out to Mr. Melvin, y'all. Shout out to Mr. Melvin, and drop those hearts in the chat. Drop the hearts in the chat. All right. If you would like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name. PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle. All right. And is everything with Erica 9@gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. All right. Thank you all so very much. I'm about to hop back on my soapbox. So here we go. So anywho, everyone's rights have to be legislated except for white men's. Everyone's existence is political except for white men's. All right. Even a white woman's existence is political. All right. Which is absolutely crazy because there's no fucking laws in place. All right. That have had to basically dictate, all right, what a white man can and can't do. And I think that's a fucking problem. I really do. I think that's a problem. All right. And now these motherfuckers want to turn around and tell us something that they're experiencing anti-whiteness. Motherfucker, you are the system. This system was built for you. What are we doing? This is your shit. Like, that's like, oh my gosh, what's the best analogy for this nonsense that we have going on here? All right, that's like you building a fucking house and then being dissatisfied with the outcome. You built it. This is yours. You literally, all right, for hundreds of years, for centuries, have been able to run amok and do whatever the hell it is you want to do. And now that other people that you have marginalized, all right, are realizing that they are actualized fucking human beings and that they're having upward mobility, all right, and they realize, all right, that their place in this world is not to bow or kowtow to whatever it is the fuck that you want. You want to act as if you are being oppressed. I really think that is fucking wild, white men. I really do. I think that is wild. I just do. Y'all need to do better. Like, seriously. Y'all really do. Absolutely. And also, like, the white chicks that, like, uphold that shit for them, y'all do better, too. All right? Really do. Like, just really do. I don't fucking get it. Like, how does a white person experience anti-whiteness? Oh no, she called you a cracker. Oh my God. Did you know that word was actually created by white folks? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? That was a word that was created by white folks. What? No. No, they called you a honky. No. Oh my gosh. It's the end of the world. Oh my God. Did that prevent you from getting a loan? One moment, y'all. I do. I'm Obi-Wan, need a nap is what I need. I'm tired. Okay. But anywho, with that being said, I just think it's some bullshit. All right. And then they always want to talk about how they don't like something. No one gives a fuck what you don't like. Like, no one cares. What? These people are just trying to exist. She hasn't been in the request. And also, we're about to end soon. If Simhar wants to come up, she can, but I don't know how much we can get done in 8 minutes. But she can. But yeah, like, I'm not no. Hey, no one cares. You've had the ability, and guess what they're doing? All right. And it really, really, I appreciate you, Palpable. It really, really, really grinds my gears. I know that's right. I didn't know you sent another one, Mr. Melvin. Thank you. Mr. Melvin sent $5 super chat and said, glad to help. We can all eat to grow. I know that's right. Supporting Black businesses. Exactly. All right. Because there is enough room at the table, y'all. I need people to understand that too. There's enough room at the table. That ain't what I wanted. I want this right here. There we go. All right. You see this on our screen here? Oh, I can take this off, by the way. There we go. All right. This is Mr. Melvin's site. All right. And definitely go and check it out. Has some pretty awesome designs there. All right. For you to take a look at it, for you to peruse, and for you to buy. So visit mag-2628.myshopify.com. All right. To get you some cool ass gear. All right. Please do that. And also like really fly ass Juneteenth gear that I have to make sure that I get because I'm going to be participating in the Juneteenth event, and I want to make sure that I represent properly, especially with that hat though, because that hat is fire as fuck. So I got to get that. With that being said, y'all, I'm just saying, like, can we? Oh, and the link is in my link tree, by the way, and you can use code JuneMom30, all right, to get 30% off your order. So do that. Support Black businesses. And when it comes to Mr. Melvin, everything that you purchase from his site, like the proceeds, goes back into his classroom. All right. Goes back to help his students out there in Ohio. He teaches kindergartners and also children with special needs. So definitely show support there. The link is in the bio. So drop some hearts in the chat for Mr. Melvin, y'all. He's fucking awesome. Let me see here. I haven't done this all day. I'm seriously. Oh, wait. Oh, I lied. I said we were going to go until 6. I just wanted to hit 4 hours on this timer here. All right. Baby, I'm tapping from both accounts. Where are we at? Oh, y'all are so close. So close. You got one more time to put in the comments, say it loud before I get an attitude. Just want to let y'all know. What are we doing here? What's happening? Thank you, Bree. I appreciate you. I'm trying to squeeze. I have some time. I'm going to be off sometime next week, and then I'm going to be gone for a whole week. And I have, if I'm doing my math right, I have 27 days. 20, she said it again? Jay, she said it again? Okay. All right. So I am 27 days away from the big, almost 6-0. Said with a straight face. If Simhar wanted to come, Simhar would request. She will request. She hasn't requested. But I am glad to know. Oh, just an update, guys. Simhar is okay. All right, there she goes. Okay, guys, we have 4 minutes left. I promise you, I am out of here at 6 o'clock, y'all. All right, so let's do all of the good things for Simhar while she's here. Typically, the goal is up to 10,000 coins. We can see what we can do in 4 minutes, but I got to leave at 6 o'clock, guys. I have to parent. And my therapist says that I need to establish firm boundaries when it comes to work-life balance. So I'm being honest. I'm out of here at 6 o'clock. Pacific Standard Time. All right. Yeah, I'm almost 60. Yep. She said with a straight face. Okay, I'm gonna start ranting and let me see. Oh, let's see if I can show you all. I went out on Saturday and that was fun. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah, I'll say it was fun. I was out amongst the living. My friend was celebrating because she got her master's, which was pretty friggin' awesome. I thought that was dope as fuck. Like, shout out to you. I would say your name, but I don't know if I can. But shout out to my friend for getting her master's degree. I think that is pretty fucking awesome. And she worked really hard for it. And she deserves all of the friggin' awesomeness that comes along with it. And let me see. What's this one? Okay. All right. Let's see here. Bow, bow, bow. Cancel? What it is. I don't like this thing, how it does that. What time is it? Okay, we got a few minutes. 2 minutes to go. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Y'all are tapping your tails off. This is wicked. Like, shout out to y'all. Why do these pictures come up so big on the thing? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't know why they do that. There we go. Hey, Maya. Hey, Athena. Okay, there we go. It doesn't have to be that damn big, though, does it? Boom. Okay. Kobe. Y'all, when I'm trying to tell y'all, I'm going to end this live in a minute. I got to go. I have to set firm boundaries. Hello.
I'm trying to sing George Michael's Whisper. Girl, I'm so sorry. Girl, you look so good.
Gracias.
Help.
Gracias.
The dress, oh my goodness. The nails, oh my goodness. The shoes, oh my goodness.
White
the
toes.
Skin moisturized out here looking like a glazed Krispy Kreme donut, okay?
I know, that's right. I'll take that
the
shit.
hair as
Tastes
well.
like one,
oh
too.
my.
I'm a mess.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
You started it. Wasn't
Oh,
me.
girl.
Wasn't me.
Listen, dang. Well,
There we go.
you look gorgeous, girl.
Appreciate you,
Okay.
friend. There you go. Take that
I
off
just
right
came
there.
up here. Yeah, I just came up here to say that. You look really good. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
You.
And shout out to Athena for doing the thing for me. Athena knows what it is, and I appreciate you for checking on Simhar. And I'm glad that she's here. And it's 6 o'clock though, y'all. It's 6 o'clock. I gotta go. I have to parent because my therapist says that I have to set boundaries. Okay. And so I do have to go. All right. So I want everyone to go raid Peaches. I don't even know if Peaches is live, but go raid her. All right. And draw some hearts in the chat for Peaches. Okay. And like do all of the good things over there. It's Sweet Peaches, y'all. The name is Sweet Peaches. I promise you, you can't get it wrong. Bye, Athena. And you guys got to 1 million likes. You guys are friggin' awesome. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate y'all. Y'all are friggin' awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. And we were able to get Simhar up to 2K. All right. We got there. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So I have to play the outro music and we got to get up out of here. I'm going to leave Simhar up here while we do the outro. Continue to show her love and let's do that. And let me see here. I can't see what my contact's on. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you all so very much for hanging out with me here tonight. Shout out to Jeff. Shout out to Peaches for stopping by. I appreciate you all. I know I'm about to leave and doing the outro right now. I promise. All right. Thank you to everyone who tapped the screen, who shared the live, who reposted. Shout out to everyone over on the tube who liked the stream, who subscribed. Thank you to everyone who commented, who sent a gift, who sent a donation. Y'all are friggin' awesome. Thank you all so very much. Tubers, I don't know where to see you, but wherever you go, make sure you do all the good things. And TikTokers, make sure that you all go and show Peaches some love. All right, it's sweet Peaches. She ain't hard to find. Y'all should be following her anyways. She is another woman with a microphone. All right, so with that being said, I leave you all with what I do every single night. All right, I really do. If you can't do something kind for yourselves, please go do something kind for someone else. I love y'all. I really do. I am going to respect my own boundaries. All right. And with that being said, all right, deuces.